Hello, everybody. Today we're going to talk about the update on what's been going on within the past week. Huey is doing eradication votes, but now as we move out of this suit of doing the Huey labor dispute, our focus, we will now have to change our focus onto the teacher, and we are now going to transition the series from being covering mostly Huey to covering teachers now. So we're going to start off with looking at articles from going back to September. So with EPO. So it's time to start looking at articles. So yeah, I have the mic now, and see you guys throughout the stream. Here we go. Alright, this is Apple getting ready to do a strike vote. I'll drop the link into the chat so you guys can see where these articles have been, where I found all of them. It starts off in September. September with the labor dispute. Here we go. All right, so this is when AFO started conducting their strike votes. I'll drop the link into the chat for that. For that. So, and then originally we know this impacts all four unions, but we're mostly going to be focusing more on OSSTF and EPFO. I know there are the two other unions that work in the school district. Keep in mind, guys, at this point, in the 29 in last round, OSSTF and EPFO were just starting their job action, with OSSTF starting to get conducting a province-wide protest on December 4th of 2019, followed by rotating strikes in impacting boards including Toronto on December 11th, and another round of boards, including York and Holland, on December 18th. So here we go. So it will be nice to look back at the last time. So if that give you guys some context on what I'm talking about with the teachers, we have to go back to 2019 and look at the last time we've had labor disputes.
Union representative OSSTF says it has choice citing and province with no indication that meaningful discussion will take place. Union President Harvey Bischoff says the government is simply refusing to discuss any significant issues at the bargaining table. The union says it will continue to try to negotiate a deal while it undertakes the strike vote.
I will drop this link into the chat so you guys can see. This one is the OSSTF. Weeks go by, we have another OSSTF. So we'll look at October. So after that, we will be looking at October 24th. So APCO is doing strike votes around this time. OSSTF is starting to do the same as well. So but we'll get into this one later actually. Yeah. But yeah, so this one's where they backtracked on class sizes. ETFO. So here we go. So let's listen to this news article from October 24, 2019. So here we go.
Parents and educators and students hold on government double the permanent college in the class. And we provided funding to ensure hundreds of EWs return to the classroom. We were bold by revising our curriculum, including math, to give our kids the skills and the knowledge they need to succeed in a competitive job market. We listened to parents who want their kids' schools to be improved. That is why we announced a $500 million investment to repair and to renew schools right across this province. We were reasonable and soon focused when a voluntary tentative agreement with UP was struck. We have never wavered from our focus on keeping all parties at the table. We have been reasonable and soon focused every step of the way. Because of this premier and for our government and for parents in this province, they want one thing: all parties at the table to reach a voluntary deal. And today, I will build upon that record. We will further underscore our commitment to listening to parents and to educators. Last week, as you know, in this room, I mentioned that I instructed my negotiating team to enhance our offerings, to demonstrate our absolute commitment to reaching a reasonable deal. And while there is a continued challenge at the table focused around, in part, compensation and benefits, I do acknowledge that government can and should go further to incent a deal that keeps kids in class. And now, to ensure kids stay in class and to demonstrate that constructive approach, today I am confirming that the government has proposed to reduce class sizes from the maximum average of 28 down to 25. We are proposing a significant reduction in class sizes from 28 to 25 with one aim in mind, that is keeping kids in class. Nous proposons une réduction significative qui vise à réduire le taux d'étudiants dans chaque classe. Notre priorité, c'est que les élèves restent dans leur salle de classe. We proposed a significant change to OSSTF earlier today, and yet, following this proposal, they have decided to continue their campaign to escalate towards disruption to your child's classroom by asking for a no board. The contrast cannot be more clear. The government again has made a significant enhancement, yet on the day we made that announcement, we made that offering, the union has decided to escalate at a time that parents want us, all of us, to work together and keep kids in class. And for context, earlier today, OSSTF met with a conciliator for less than an hour, after which they asked for a no board decision. Effectively, that means they've asked to be in a legal strike position. We have been bargaining every day in good faith since the beginning of this process. OSSTF has publicized their proposals and the government's. Now, given that reality, I'm here today before you to contextualize why we have made this move and what we're hoping to achieve from it, and that's to keep children in class in the province of Ontario. I continue to believe that strike action by unions would lead to disruption and uncertainty for parents, for students and educators alike. And strike action would disproportionately hurt our most vulnerable students in the classroom. Now, I've been clear and consistent since the beginning that I am willing to work with our education partners to reach agreements on issues that affect students. I've always been open to innovative ideas from all of our partners to find ways to provide a world-class education system in a safe and diverse classroom. Our government is focused on delivering a deal that invests in their potential and ultimately keeps them in the classroom where they belong. Now, we will continue to negotiate in good faith, and we call on all parties to stay at the table, to work harder to reach a deal that keeps students in a positive learning environment throughout the year. My message to parents is this: we have been listening. We have heard your concerns. We are taking action by reducing class sizes. This government remains squarely focused on one aim, and that is to keep your child in class. I believe this proposal, including lowering class sizes, the proposal OSSTF should be working with us on, is reasonable and thoughtful. And my negotiating team will never leave the table. And I ask my union partners to do the same. Never turn our backs on our kids. Let's always remind ourselves that this negotiation should never impede, should never undermine the success of our students. I will now take a few questions.
Isn't getting a no board report just part of the process and not really that big a deal? You seem to think the sky's falling because of it.
Well, I mean, to be clear, this morning, as you know, OSSTF requested conciliation. And this morning they met with the conciliator for under an hour. I would not submit that was perhaps a significant amount of time shared with the conciliator in order to get a deal. Now, with that said, we then tabled a, I think, very reasonable, positive step forward to get a deal. And immediately following that offer being brought to the table, the decision point was to escalate. I would submit it as part of the ebb and flow of negotiations. I've said that before. But it was a calculation made by this union to instead to maybe take a pause, take a step back, look at the analysis, work with us in good faith to get a deal. They opted to escalate at a time when we are trying to de-escalate, get a deal, and keep the parties at the table. And I think the contrast could not be more clear.
But Minister, isn't it clear that there's a missing piece from what you're telling us, which is that the class size caps at the local level for this offer you're making, part of it is those would be scrapped. Is that true?
Look, what I've indicated today, what we tabled to them, and what I'm suggesting today is that we have moved the provincial average, the funded average, from 28, as was initially intended, down to 25. We have done that largely predicated on two fundamentals. The first is parents, educators, and students alike have asked us to look at that again, and we have. And the second is, I think the overwhelming driver of this, the impetus for me to advance this policy, is because I think all the parties have to be somewhat flexible to get a deal. In the absence of reasonableness, and I mean, we can define it differently, but to be quite frank, I think making a material move from 28 to 25, in addition to other moves we made with CUPE, like the restoration of EWs and other critical workers, it shows that we are being reasonable. But if that spirit is not matched, then unfortunately a voluntary deal probably cannot be reached. Now, I retain a cautious optimism that maybe some sobriety will set in, the parties will get back to the table. But what I've confirmed today, and obviously knowing that there could be further discussions, I want to ensure that those other parties stay at the table. And I will remain a constructive force, not to get in too level of granularity, but is to signal that we are making a move that I think is absolutely congruent with what parents want.
On scrap going into each local collective agreement across the province and scrapping all of the class size limits that are in place for various reasons. I don't know, science class can't have too many kids that are struggling need to have smaller, all those sorts of things. It's contingent on scrapping all of those, right?
What I'm confirming today is that removing the funded average from 28 to 25. What I'm permitting is a level of discretion, because this will be posted, the high level of this will be posted on the OSSTF website, as you know. The bargaining reality has changed. My preference has always been, quite frankly, to do it at the table. But given that this is their specific request, I'm providing the high level detail that I think the public ought to know. I think in due course there could be more specificity as time goes on, but what I can confirm to you is the funded average from 28 will move to 25. That is at least what we've offered them, and we're hoping they will return with some sense of commitment to reach a deal for kids.
What would you like in return? Do you want them to stick to the 1% salary caps that will save about $1 billion in salaries?
Yeah, look, every table will be unique. I mean, I've made that clear. I think we've been quite transparent about our aspirational targets vis-a-vis the 1%. But, and CUPE was, I think, an example where we're able to get that voluntary agreement. it isn't, for me, and I appreciate the question, but I've said this before. I actually don't think we need to or ought to be looking at this through a fiscal exercise. I want children to remain in class. They should not. In my heart of hearts, I do not believe, notwithstanding the disagreements that exist at the table, that they should have their education in any way compromised. So what I've signaled today is a reasonableness to disincent any party from leaving the table, any party from further escalating. And I hope that over the course of the coming hours and days, as our parties work together, that they can strike a deal, as we have done with a voluntary partner in CUPE, and it is still before ratification, but should that be ratified, I think it is a good indication that the government can get deals with unions and with labor. But what I need, and what I think I will give some credit to CUPE, what they were able to do, and I think all parties, has had a little bit of reasonableness at the table. And to be frank, in that deal, we actually were able to get a win-win-win outcome, where every single party had an increment. I think that's what we seek with teachers today. Pardon me.
Sorry, even though classes are at what, 22.5 this year, 25 is higher than 22.5, and kids didn't get their courses that they wanted. There'll still be fewer teaching positions at the end of the day.
Yeah.
I mean, isn't this like saying, yeah, could you offered this draconian 28, and now you're offering a slightly less draconian 25?
Yeah, I think what's relevant in the context of the calculation or the motivation for bringing the number down. Over the course of the past months, we have heard clearly from a variety of the population, particularly parents, that they wanted the parties to be reasonable. Upon reflection, we have made a determination that the best way forward to get a voluntary settlement, consistent with what we did with in the tentative agreement with CUPE, is to bring those numbers down. And I've always said, and this continues to be true even after making this announcement, that I am open and very willing to innovative ideas to achieve that objective. I meant it when I said it in August when I regulated classrooms at 22.5, effectively maintaining them as they were last year, and I mean it today. So there may be additional ways and innovative ways at the table to discuss some of the outstanding issues, but I think it is a positive step forward for families that the government has listened, materially heard them, and we're making a move today that I think is a rather significant step forward to keep them at the table, and more importantly, let the unions know, let our trustees association, let all the parties know that we're listening. And that's an important element of leadership. And today we have made that offering with a singular objective in mind, which is to keep kids in class. I hope that we will do that. But at the end of the day, I think it is important, just in the context of what we're doing vis-a-vis what are the other parties at the table doing. We made this offering today. Perhaps we didn't have to, but we made the offering because we felt it was the right thing to do. And I speak on behalf of cabinet. We caucus. We all thought this was the right thing to do. But on the day we made that decision, like some minutes afterwards, our partners in the union made a different decision.
And if you don't get something in return, could this offer of 25 just be taken off the table and you return to 28?
Right. So we have offered 25 today. I think that is a positive move in the context of listening to those we serve. Obviously, the negotiation will continue to happen with OSSTF specifically. My hope is we can get a deal at the numbers we've outlined. But I don't want to, by any means suggest that the process ends today. We're going to continue negotiating in good faith, but I think the 25 figure is a positive number. It is a sufficient number to get a deal, but I obviously will allow our negotiators to do their work at 25, seeing that reduction moved from 28. It's a positive proof point that the government is listening. Look, we're going to continue negotiating at the table. I think it just would be imprudent otherwise to acknowledge that we've gone from 28 to 25. And I think that is a sufficient step forward. But obviously, our negotiators will continue their work to get a deal, which I believe parents of the province deserve. Look, at the end of the day, I appreciate the question. I just think that if you're someone observing this and somewhat frustrated by this constant reality, the cyclical reality of every 3 years back at this of the back and forth, the angst, the deadline bargaining, no one's doubting it is not part, Robert, of the normative experience of negotiating. What I'm suggesting there's a casualty of this action, and it isn't me, it isn't the union, it is our kids, And I'm saying, let's get our act together and get a deal. And today I propose a, I think, substantive, meaningful step forward that even, some detractors may even accept that premise, that this is moving in the right direction to incent a deal. And I'm hoping the parties will match that spirit of cooperation, will meet me halfway, if you will. It takes two to tango, folks. And I'm asking them to meet me here at a place that I think is responsible and consistent with what I've heard overwhelmingly from parents. Brian.
In terms of what this means for the future of the economics of the province, though, part of the reason for increasing class sizes and many of the changes that you made was that over the Liberal years, the education budget had more than doubled in real dollar terms. You needed to find ways to curb the growth in spending. This will impact the province's ability to move back towards balance. So do you have a figure on that? Do you know what this would cost in real dollar terms going forward?
So to be clear, I mean, I've said throughout this process that, my lens that's being applied to this is not a fiscal one. It is one focused on students, their own experience and their betterment. Now, I think with respect to the general fiscal reality of the province, it is true. It is true that the province, that when our government was elected last June, we inherited a multi-billion-dollar deficit. It is true that those who disproportionately pay the price are the next generation of workers and thinkers and innovators in the province. It is also true that intergenerational debt is morally wrong. And I've been rather consistent in my opposition to governments frivolously spending money that they do not have. There's a reason why our government has undertaken a level of restraint where we have been able to focus on the social services that matter most to the people of this province, ensuring the sustainability, the viability with an aging population, that healthcare is there for my grandparents and parents, and that is there for yours. But the fact is, we also recognize that when it comes to education, or likewise perhaps even healthcare, it isn't about the dollar. It's about the kid. It's about the patient. It's about the end user experience that we seek to enhance. So I think we can retain our plan, our commitments to return to balance, while also ensuring we protect frontline services, and that's what we are announcing in part today.
Minister, you didn't answer
How
this.
much will what will the difference in salaries be, or I'm sorry, what will the fiscal difference be, to Brian's point, between a class size of, or capped average of 28 versus 25? What does that mean financially for taxpayers?
Yeah, look, I think though, for taxpayers in the province of Ontario, they want two fundamentals. They want us to return to balance over the course of 5 years, as we've committed. They want us to do more with less. They want us to be stewards of their tax dollars, hard-earned tax dollars, while concurrently wanting us investing in frontline services. Both can be true. We've made it true. We see economic growth and jobs being created in this province that are able to pay for and sustain the social services we need. And there's absolutely, we can't decouple the reality that we're trying to grow the economy, create economic growth, drive small business growth through regulatory reductions, red tape reductions, tax cuts, etc., to spur growth so that we could have sustainable social services. With respect specifically on the 28 to 25, I think what we tabled at the to the union was that number. Any further details, as per for other questions, weren't provided then. And I think really it's important that anything that is material to the negotiation, which that question is, I think still has to happen at the table. I'm providing this because, to be frank, and I say this respectfully, but I never really wanted to be in front of you disclosing this number because, I say this in the sense that, governments of all parties negotiate at the table. OSSTF has made a determination to publicize this. And so I'm providing you with the high level details because I think there's a public interest argument that you should know what we've tabled, given that it will be released ostensibly short order.
A number on it then, Minister. I mean, it's a simple question Cynthia's asking. What's it cost? What's the...
Yeah, and so I think what I've indicated today is that we made the move. We're going to continue to negotiate the table. I think I appreciate the question. I heard it. I also just think it's important that details of that level, Mike, and others, obviously are relevant to what's happening at the table and sort of the back and forth of what's being offered, what's being countered offered. I'm going to permit that process to happen. What I'm signaling to families today is that we're prepared to make that move. We're prepared to make that enhancement. And my hope is that the union will see it for what it is, which is a major step forward, a significant enhancement, a reduction in classroom sizes, and a step towards a voluntary settlement.
Minister, why your government is yo-yoing so much on policy within this education sector? I mean, you guys insisted that You had to have these bigger class sizes. Your predecessor's minister insisted that would make kids more resilient. Why now are you ramping back on this? Why?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think what I indicated earlier is a principle that the government is listening to those we serve, and I think it is, I would respectfully submit that the government, I think, overwhelmingly has heard that they want the parties to seek a deal because, as per the QP deal, especially on that Sunday as we were leading into the latter part of that evening, I think we appreciated, and perhaps we all appreciated, the level of angst that exists within our communities in the province for families vis-a-vis childcare costs and what it actually means to a person, particularly maybe a low-income individual, a single parent, et cetera, who has disproportionately greater levels of difficulty and adversity to find a childcare option. As we went through that process, I think it became very real for people that that's an unacceptable reality. And my hope, in the context of potentially getting to a strike. And so what we did with QP, what we're doing today with teachers, is we are offering enhancements. We've essentially further strengthened what we've offered to them to encourage them to stay at the table and, more importantly, to land a voluntary settlement. And so we're going to continue to do that. I'm not going to be deterred from the singular mission of my ministry, which is improving the student experience. But in the context of this labor negotiation, it's trying to keep kids in class. And families in the province of Ontario, I think overwhelmingly said they do not want any party to leave the table, nor do they want any party to escalate that leads them to strike action. That is why today I've made this step. It's why at QP I expanded our negotiating mandate. It's why we expanded our offering to encourage them to stay or come back to the table in that sense and ultimately get a deal. We did it with QP. We've done this once before. And my hope is that given this offering, among others that we've made with the various unions, that we can keep them at the table and get a deal, because the children of this province deserve to be in class. And the question I think fundamentally that we sometimes lose sight of is, who actually pays the ultimate price of this action? And I would submit it is disproportionately borne on the youth of our province who should not be in the middle of this. If we have a difference of opinion, which we do, on compensation, for example, where the question on the 1%. I mean, look, we clearly believe that is the offering. Money that are going to flow into the union, who has, as you know, called for a 2% increase, which is roughly $1.5 billion. If we're going to expend additional dollars in the classroom, my point to you is they should be focused on your child. It should be student-centric. It should aid or improve the student experience. It ostensibly should not go towards something like that when we've already offered a 1% increase year over year, every year, for the remaining of the contract. I'll just take one final question.
You've now set all of these unions up to see this government from the lens of they are willing to cave. They are willing to open up the piggy bank. OSSTF wants to not go up to 25-1. They want to go back to 22-1. So aren't you setting us all up for a situation in which we're going to continuously be at the deadline of a strike because they know that we have to bring the government to that deadline in order for them to cave, open up the piggy bank, and give us everything that we want?
There is one party at the table that has systematically and consistently been taking action to keep kids in class. There is one party at the table who has systematically and consistently, as we have seen with OSSTF as of late, including today, effectively very much ramped up actions towards, or at least what one would conclude towards, a strike. So I think to the question about who could potentially it would be responsible for that outcome, there is only a singular party that is driving us towards that brinkmanship, but
pressure on the government is part of the process. That's what any union leader would.
And no one's negating them from that right. But I think when it comes down to parents in the province who observe the actors at the table, they want to see everyone be reasonable. They also want to see people be constructive at the table. And so my point is, what I am doing, what the government is doing, the Crown is doing, is signaling and taking demonstrable actions to get a deal. What my partners in the unions are doing are the exact opposite. Today, they had an opportunity at their request to meet with the conciliator. They did so for under an hour. Then following that, they made a decision point.
And we are listening in to Queen's Park, where Education Minister Stephen Lecce is speaking about hoping that kids stay in class and strike action does not happen.
province is walking back plans to increase high school class sizes. Education Minister Stephen Lecce says his government is proposing to reduce the maximum size of secondary classes from 28 to 25 students.
We proposed a significant change to OSSTF earlier today, and yet, following this proposal, they have decided to continue their campaign to escalate towards disruption to your child's classroom by asking for a no board. The contrast cannot be more clear. The government again has made a significant enhancement, yet on the day we made that announcement, and then rather we made that offering, the union has decided to escalate.
Harvey Bischoff, the president of the union representing OSSTF teachers, released a statement, and it reads, "The proposal that was received this morning is in fact worse than the Ford government's original plan to hike average class size ratios to 28 to 1, a move from the current class size ratio of 22 to 1 to 25 to 1, would still remove roughly 5,000 teachers from our high schools. And with the removal of locally enforceable class size caps, there would essentially be no limits on the size of classes into which Ontario students could be squeezed."
It has never been more clear that this government is using Ontario's students as bargaining chips and as pawns in the bargaining process. Minister of Education, if he knew perfectly well that 28 students average in a class was bad, why did he decide to put students and educators through this in the first place? What I heard the minister saying here today is that he is making Ontarians choose between bad and worse. These are not options.
The OSSTF represents 60,000 members made up mostly of high school teachers across the province. Contract talks have been ongoing. The union announced earlier this month that it would hold strike votes until November 15th.
All right, so now on to the next thing that happened. So the wait goes by, and then on November 1st, 2019, this happens.
All right, let's go live now. A member of FO is speaking. Let's listen.
Their feeling and the way that they're getting them out. That's not a flaw of our kids. It's a flaw of how we are serving them.
We're now 4, so if I could ask the first question about what teacher, it's hard to actually a picture of what through
really difficult because we all go into work every day and we try to do what's best for the kids. We try to do what's helping our parents and our communities. We're working really hard. We're reading on our weekends. We're trying to make change easy. We go onto comment sections on the internet and we're told that we're overpaid and that if special needs kids can't function in the regular classroom, that we should just be putting them in institutions like we used to. And I don't believe that that's what's best for students. And I don't believe that's what's best for our community. It's not what's best for Ontario.
The Premier was just on News Talk 1010 and said that there was a big compromise by Minister Lecce moving down the average class size from 28 to 25. What kind of impact would that have and what's your response to that?
That's an interesting compromise when you go from 22 to 28 and then you announce that 25 is a compromise. It's a step, but there are a lot of teachers like me. I don't have a class. I work one-on-one and in small groups with at-risk readers in grade 1 and kindergarten. So I don't count towards that class size number. And so because I don't have 25 kids, someone up the 25 kids assigned to me in order to make that average work. That means that most of our classes are not at 25. They're at 27, 28. I have a friend who's teaching a grade 5 class of 37 children. They don't have enough desks and there isn't enough space.
Is this at a crisis level, do you think? Because we just heard from President Sam Hammond saying, forget about cuts, we actually need more money.
Absolutely, we need more money. I'm breaking red crayons in half so everyone can color. We're rationing photocopy paper. We are cutting everywhere we can, except in the things that kids need most, which is people and relationships.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Can I get your name? Yeah.
Jocelyn, Jocelyn.
All right, headquarters here on Isabella Street, downtown Toronto. We just heard from a teacher who works with EDFO talking about how this is going to impact her and impact teachers in Ontario, because we also just heard from President Sam Hammond of the Elementary Teachers Federation of Ontario announcing that there's been a 98% in support for this strike vote just cast by teachers, 83,000 of them in this province. So exactly when this job action could happen, there's no timeline, but they are very clear about what they want to see happen in classrooms. So the opposite of cuts, they want to see funding enhanced. They also want to see class size and structure be prioritized, as well as protecting full day kindergarten, because they say this is a world-renowned program. It's working, it's improving literacy, numeracy for young kids, and also social skills too. So there's a lot on the line, and a lot of parents now watching what's going to happen next. We've also heard from Education Minister Stephen Lecce releasing a statement in the middle of that press conference, as well as the Premier about this, saying that they're working around the clock.
All right, EDFO reveals results of its province-wide strike vote. Let's listen in.
Our two vice presidents, David Maston and Monica Rusnak, who are here with us as well today. Listen, as you know, ETFO members in every part of the province have attended meetings over the past month to discuss ETFO's central bargaining negotiations. They've heard that government representatives at the table are refusing to address student learning conditions and their working conditions in any meaningful way. In each of these meetings, our members have expressed their deep concern.
Keep in mind, guys, OSSTF and EDFO, they started doing strike votes around this time, and then they moved into local committee. So we won't get to that one today. We might get to that one later, but work through.
Their deep lack of frontline supports for students with special, unique needs in this province. They are concerned about class size and class structure in elementary grades across the province. They're concerned about violence in elementary schools that is swept under the rug by school boards and the government. And they are concerned about the preservation of Ontario's world-renowned kindergarten program. ETFO has put proposals on the tables to address each of these issues. And all we have received are evasive non-answers. So we've moved forward with the legal avenues available to us. And on Monday, November the 4th, ETFO, along with the other parties, will meet with a conciliator that has been appointed by the Minister of Labor. You know, we also called on our members across the province to exercise their democratic ETFO right to participate in central strike votes. The results of those strike votes show that our members are overwhelmingly behind their central bargaining team and absolutely expect the government to get serious at the bargaining table. ETFO's teacher and occasional teacher members have voted 98% in favor of central strike action, should it be required. And ETFO's education workers, our DECEs, ESPs, and PSPs have also voted 98% in favor of central strike action if necessary. And I just want to pause for a minute to thank our 83,000 members across this province for that solid, overwhelming strike vote. It is a historic strike vote for ETFO as the largest teacher union in Canada. Ford and his education minister are very fond of saying that they want kids to be in school. Well, so do ETFO's 83,000 members. But it seems that only teachers and education professionals, not this government, are concerned with the quality of publicly funded public education that our kids receive in classrooms across this province. The government has not committed to renewing a $50 million fund put in place in 2017 that provided hundreds of special education teachers that worked directly with our elementary students. The Ford government has not committed to renewing a $39 million fund to support early years, special education, Indigenous students, at-risk students, and English language learners. And at the same time, this government is demanding at our table that ETFO agree to up to $150 million in cuts from public elementary education. No other union, not one, has been asked to find funding cuts to that degree. Only our 83,000 members have, which represents.
But we'll talk more about it when we move to that point where the job action really does start moving up. And then working really ramped up. On January 4th, it was when everything ramped up.
Teachers and educators who work with the province's youngest students. I want to be very clear. ETFO will not consider funding cuts for elementary programs in this system. If anything, and we have said it before, funding to elementary classrooms and schools, the elementary program in this province needs to be and must be enhanced. We have many classes in grades 4 to 8 where teachers are working with 30 or more students who have very diverse learning needs. And these students receive the least amount of funding of any student group in publicly funded public education in Ontario. These grades have been chronically underfunded for decades, and no one from the other side of the table, frankly, seems to care. But I will tell you very clearly, our members care and parents in this province care. We want the government to understand once and for all that class size matters in elementary schools, and it needs to be addressed at our table now. Another issue that's falling on deaf ears at the bargaining table, that's violence in our schools. We've tried to work with school boards and the government to address this province on behalf of our members, and they seem to want to ignore it, and will not let we will not let this issue go until there are additional real supports in place for students. Premier Ford's education minister, Stephen Lecce, is fond on saying that he wants certainty and predictability for students. But maybe not for students in kindergarten, as this government, and he has not committed to preserving the current kindergarten model. Ontario's kindergarten program, with a teacher and an early childhood educator in the classroom, is a model that was developed by experts, and it's working. Studies have shown that it is providing lasting benefits for children's reading, writing, numeracy,
All anybody in the
problem
chat
solving,
watching these.
self-regulation, and social skills. It's providing our youngest learners with the best start the rest of their school and adult lives. It works because the teacher in that program is nurturing students' academic skills and their pathways to grade 1 and beyond, while at the same time, the early childhood educator is bringing different expertise to ensure the social and emotional development of each child as they learn. They work together as a team.
On November
ETFO's teachers and early childhood educators want to know, does this premier and his education minister intend to make cuts to the education of our youngest children by making cuts to Ontario's internationally renowned kindergarten program? We've repeatedly asked them to commit to maintaining that current kindergarten model. They haven't done it. Why? Because this government wants to save money, quite frankly, at the expense of our youngest children. We've heard repeatedly from parents, parent organizations, and parent groups that cuts to publicly funded public education is not the way.
The rural information pits also started occurring. Information pits.
Without the chance of parole. His lawyer, Brian Parker, says by pleading guilty, his client is also saying he won't appeal this.
Way to save money. It's too important of an investment for our children and for the economic future, frankly, of this province. We know that there are many Ontarians who support educators, support fair agreements for them, and clearly understand the need for investment in elementary students, in our classrooms, and in our schools. And I hope, we hope, these members hope, our 83,000 members across this province hope that the government is listening to them and to parents. I'd be more than happy to take questions. So let me respond by starting by saying that, you know, I find it problematic that you would start your question with, in spite of everything else that we have said, all of those key issues for students in this province, kindergarten through grade 8 for our members, that we would simply push that aside. You know, that's exactly what the minister is doing, trying to distract from the real issues at the table. And let's start talking about that $50 million and $39 million funding that we have on the table that we put there in 2017 that they haven't responded to. We are at the table, so let me respond with this. I find it so problematic that the Minister of Education publicly has said that the issue at the table, the
Apparently,
fault line in
at
these
that point,
negotiations is salary. We haven't even
And then
started
on
talking
November
about salary at the table.
Yeah,
I don't know where he's getting his information from. I don't know where he's getting his numbers from. It's like he pulls those numbers out of a hat. We have been focused on the issues that I went through in my comments just a minute ago. We've been focused on class size, class structure. We've been focused on the needs for students with special needs in this province. No response, none. Hi.
I'm wondering timelines that you're looking at for this. Is there anything
something that has to happen or by a certain date hasn't happened for you to actually take action with a job action?
Well, what has to happen, as I said, is the government and the parties on the other side of the table need to get serious about negotiations. They need to get serious about and focus on the issues that are a concern to our 83,000 members and to parents in this province. We're going to meet with a conciliator, as I said, on Monday with the other parties, and we will go from there.
Maybe elaborate on what's happening in classrooms that we aren't hearing about?
Well, what I would like to do is turn that question over to the people standing behind me who deal with violence in our schools every day. And our focus at the table, and has been for some time, is to come up with solutions, real solutions, real supports on the ground for our members and for those students on an ongoing basis. We haven't even started to have those discussions yet because this government keeps pushing everything into the future.
Is a non-committal the same as a no to you?
At this point, yes, absolutely. I met with the minister in July, and one of the things I put on the table at that time, and let's go back to where this has happened. The government only committed to the kindergarten model that we know now for September of this year or this school year. They referred to it as an early learning program. A previous minister did. And when I met with the current minister in July, I asked him directly to commit to that program. He's not done that yet. And they have not done that at the table. Issues at the table, the very first issue we put on the table was related to full day kindergarten. We're still waiting for an answer.
That are still of the union is concerned about. But have there been specific sticking points in the discussion where there hasn't been any movement so far?
Just about all of them. Quite frankly, just about every issue that's on the table, almost every proposal we have put on the table, the key proposals that we have had no discussion about it, including salary.
But then OSS, yeah.
Following up on my previous question there in terms of timelines, now that the union has voted in favor of potential strike action, and if there is no progress on the discussions, which it sounds like there hasn't been, what is the earliest we could see strike action?
You know what? We haven't even looked at. Here's the timeline. Here's the earliest that we would be in a position. We're focused on what's happening at that tables and the issues and the proposals that we're dealing with, and we'll continue that on Monday. When myself and our vice presidents went around the province during our strike vote meeting, information and strike vote meetings, we were very clear. They have to decide. They've decided overwhelmingly the direction that they want to take. And we will meet with a conciliator on Monday and go from there.
About how the wage cap bill is going to affect these talks on 124. I think it looks like it could pass third reading late next week.
So the Bill 124 is extremely problematic, and I'll say offensive, and it is interfering, I would suggest to you, in that free and open bargaining process that we should be having at the table. For example, you're just saying they're looking at pushing it through as quickly as possible while we are at the table trying to negotiate on a number of different items.
Yeah.
It directly interferes with, I would suggest to you, that process. We're going to continue with discussions at the table on all of the items that we've pointed out, and we will be prepared to do whatever is necessary on an ongoing basis to deal with the issues at the table and Bill 124.
Yeah, the education minister put out a statement a couple minutes ago. Essentially says
On December 4th, and then following that. Talks breakdown and schools closed.
Well, you know, the minister keeps saying this is just a part of the process, right? And it is. And it's our legal right within that process to take various steps, and we've taken one of them. But what I want to say to the minister, since you have made reference to him, I want to be very clear with him. He keeps saying that the union is escalating this, that the union is pushing this forward, that the union is headed for strike. We shall see, but I want to be very clear with him. The union are the people who are standing behind me and the 83,000 members across this province. It is not Sam Hammond or in conjunction with our vice presidents determining the direction that our members want to go in. They determined our bargaining goals that are at the table now, and they are determining next steps and where we'll head.
The union leadership is driving.
It absolutely is disingenuous, and it's wrong, quite frankly.
Any other questions?
Thanks very much. Thanks. Thanks so much.
All right, you're just listening in President Sam Hammond of FO revealing the results of its province-wide strike vote, and the union has voted 98% in favor of a central strike action. Keep in mind, this doesn't mean teachers will be walking off the job. It just means that the members have voted in favor of strike. If it comes to that, the union and the education minister have made it clear they would like to reach a deal at the bargaining table. 83,000 members of EDFO. Some of the issues that still remain a priority for the union are class sizes, hiring practices, and more support for students with special needs, as well as addressing violence in the school. So do keep it here on CP24. We will follow the story. Meantime, Premier Doug Ford reacted to the results of the vote not just a few moments ago on News Talk 1010. Let's listen in.
I don't think anyone was surprised on the percentage of the vote. No. It sends a pretty clear message to the parents and everyone in Ontario. They want to escalate this, and we're trying to turn down the heat. The minister, and he's done an incredible job, Minister Lecce, by turning down the heat. He compromised by bringing the classroom size down from 28 to 25, because if you remember, that was the big issue. We've pretty well taken that off the table, and they just want to continue to escalate this fight. Our main goal, Jerry, is to get the kids in the classroom, keep them in the classroom, and have a fair deal.
Keep it here on CP24 as we continue to follow this breaking news story. And for more information, just head to our website, cp24.com.
All right. Back up. All right, so this was November 8th. And then it heard early is November 8th.
Ontario's elementary teachers will be in a legal strike position in less than 3 weeks. EDFO received the No Board report it requested from the Ministry of Labour today. That starts a 17-day countdown to a possible strike, meaning teachers could walk off the job as of November 25th. The union says it's still hoping to reach a negotiated deal before then and hopes today's news will spur the government into getting more serious about contract talks.
I want to make sure that we're able to achieve the same result with our teachers unions as we did with CUPE, with our education workers, where we're able to get that deal negotiated voluntarily by all parties and ratified. And I think it is regrettable that unions have sought to escalate. The decision for the No Board was made many days ago, and I think the fact is what that means is the union is putting themselves into a 17-day strike position. I want to make sure that the parties know that in good faith, I want to continue to work with them, my negotiators with theirs, so that we can keep kids in class.
The union released a statement about the No Board report that reads, EDFO will keep trying to reach a fair deal during this time. It's on the government's shoulders to start investing in public education so that our students can succeed. Well, live now to CP24's Christina Tanalia for the details and reaction. Christina.
Yeah, we're here outside the Niagara Junior Public School here in downtown Toronto, where a lot of parents have not heard the news that the Elementary Teachers Federation of Ontario is in a legal strike position as of November the 25th. I'm here with Anshul. You came to pick up your son who's in kindergarten, and you, like a lot of parents, didn't know that there's potential for these teachers to go on strike. What challenges, does that present for you?
There's been no communication from the school, like if the teachers are going to be on strike, but yes, it definitely poses a challenge as to how we are going to pick up our kids and what's going to be our schedule like. So definitely something in advance will help us simplify planning.
Yeah, so they're in a legal strike position, meaning they could strike, but they may not. Okay. You were telling me moments ago as well as we were chatting that you're new to this country, you and your family, so you don't have, family that can help watch your kids if they're off school, for example.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there are nuclear families all around in Toronto, especially downtown. So it gets difficult for people to manage without pre-scheduling their schedules as well. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, young man. We appreciate your time. Enjoy your day. So, hi, how are you? Can we ask you a parent?
I'm a grandparent.
Grandparent. Okay, so what we're telling families here like Anshul is that the Elementary Teachers Federation of Ontario, ETFO, the union that represents teachers here, strike position as of November the 25th. They're going to try and work out a deal with the province, but if not, this little guy could be home. What do you think?
It's not very good.
But we've met some people who say we support the teachers and what they stand for in the union, but at the same time it creates some childcare concerns.
Exactly, yeah. And I mean, you have to get daycare or someone that I guess I would come down and watch him. I live in Barrie, so today I picked him up for the first time because my son couldn't pick him up.
Right.
But yeah, that would be a problem.
No, you didn't. Oh, yes, she's here. She picked you up.
Yesterday I came with him just to know where it was. That's why he's saying this isn't your first time.
Smart guy. Okay. Thank you, Grandma. Thanks, William. We'll see you soon. Okay, back to you guys.
Thanks for that, Christine.
All right, now we're up to November 14th. This is the next video. Horses, so it's loading.
Try and represent the provinces. As members is unconstitutional. The union will be in a legal strike position on Monday, but they have to give 5 days notice before taking any job action. And English Catholic school teachers of Ontario, they have voted overwhelmingly in favor of a strike as contract talks with the province there continue. The Ontario English Catholic Teachers Association says its members voted just over 97% in favor of walking off the job. And CP24's Christina Tenalia live in studio now with more on this story. Christina.
Jackie, I want to introduce right away Education Minister Stephen Lecce. Thank you so much for being here today. I know you have a busy schedule and clearly with the union situations here, a lot on the go. So thank you for being here. Minister, how are you going to keep students in the classroom when the union says, and I know you've said you're open to bargaining in good faith, but as we see right now, especially with ETFO, they're not interested.
Yeah, it's I think a bit frustrating for families in the province of Ontario when they see escalation unions at a time when they want all the parties to stay at the table and get a deal. And I think my message to families in Ontario is clear. I want to get a deal that keeps kids in class. We're going to do that by being constructive. In the CUPE deal, we got a voluntary arrangement where they consented to keeping kids in class. We got a win-win proposition. We were able to attain our target of 1% on pay and on benefits while concurrently getting more investments in frontline services. And that's my preference. That's the sort of example I'm citing to the teachers unions, where there's a way all sort of quote win here, but it requires them to stay at the table. And it really requires them to seize escalation, because the singular victim of escalation, when you stop doing assessments, quarterly performance assessments or performance assessments through report cards, Or when you start saying we're not going to be focusing on mathematics at a time when kids today, now more than ever, need more focus on numeracy and math, you start to question who is the victim of these escalative tactics. And of course, it's only kids.
So, Minister, you were able to get a deal with CUPE, but when we take a look, the Conservatives were elected with a majority and with a mandate to cut the waste. But ETFO has said, and they're quite clear, I have it here, that they will not agree to $150 million in reductions to their collective agreement. The president of ETFO, Sam Hammond, saying today there is no wiggle room on this. How do you get a deal?
Yeah, look, I mean, with the ebb and flow of every negotiation, everyone's going to have, you're going to have sort of a pressurized environment where they're going to set red lines. I think one thing they made clear is they want to see more support and investment when it comes to their salaries and their benefits, a roughly $1.5 billion sector-wide cost. That's 2%. We've offered a 1% option. With CUPE, I heard a similar question weeks before we got the deal with CUPE. It can't be done. And yet with CUPE, we got a voluntary settlement where we were able to get consent from them at 1% on compensation and on salary. But we were able to come to the table saying, let's put more monies in restoring and investing in frontline services. And that's my bias. If I'm going to put more money in the system, I think families in this province and watching right now want me to always default to fight for more resources and more dollars in the class, not for entitlements, not for pay, not for benefit. We're giving 1% every single year of the life of that contract. We think that's fair.
Okay, I
But
want
I
to
still
ask
think
you
there's a
about
pathway.
I want to ask you about what happened last week. There was, and this was passed in the legislature for the next 3 years for public sector workers, and I understand it is grandfathered to June. Only a 1% pay increase for public sector workers. That includes teachers. Now, current collective agreements will be honored, but a union like ETFO is working out a new collective agreement, and they feel, as they've noted, and they're pursuing legal action here, that this is unconstitutional because their point is, how can we negotiate fairly when you've already said, here's the framework that you got to work within?
Well, it's interesting because every step they've taken to escalate actually was initiated before the deal, before that legislation was passed. So, meaning they decided to do strike votes weeks ago. They decided to escalate irrespective of the passage of that legislation. Let's not be distracted from the core issue here, which is the union is saying we want to spend over $700 million more than the government is willing to offer on salaries and benefits. And I'm saying families in the province of Ontario want us to be reasonable and fair. We're giving the 1%, which I think is reasonable. But at the same time, it's about putting more monies in the front line of services. And the singular victim of these types of practices and escalation, as they've announced today, when it comes to not providing math supports or performance assessments, are kids. And I'm saying, let's get our act together. Let's get back to the table. Are stable, ultimately keep our kids in class. Parents deserve that predictability.
Minister, we got to go, and we know you have to go quick. Yes or no here if you can. Have you heard from ETFO at all, or even the OSSTF, their strike mandate in a few days on the 17th? Any willingness to get back and talk from their representatives, the mediators?
We've got additional days planned. I remain cautiously optimistic that we can get a deal. I really want families to know I'm laser focused on providing that predictability because our parents and our kids deserve it.
Thank you so much, Minister Lecce, Education Minister here for the province of Ontario. We appreciate your time. Jackie, back to you.
All right, Christina, thank you.
All right. Now over to OSSTF on November 18th. All right, maybe we'll not know. I'm actually gonna wait until
The Ontario Secondary School Teachers Federation releasing the results of its strike vote right now. Let's listen in.
This is a powerful mandate from our members, and it sends a compelling message. Our members are committed to defending the quality of education in Ontario against a government that is determined to undermine it. They are absolutely prepared to defend their ability to provide the best possible learning environment for the students they work with. Our members are telling us, and they're telling the government, that they are frustrated with the pace of negotiations. They are losing patience with a government that refuses to engage in meaningful discussion about major issues that affect the quality of learning in our schools. Our members have given us the strong strike mandate that we requested. While we're pleased about that, we are extremely disappointed that we're still here trying to move these negotiations forward. We gave our notice to bargain almost 7 months ago, but we're still waiting for even one meaningful, serious response to our key proposals that address the quality of publicly funded education in Ontario. Nevertheless, we are still at the table. We have 4 days of bargaining this week, and we sincerely hope that the government and school boards will take advantage of these opportunities to finally move negotiations forward. The Minister of Education has said over and over again how focused he is on keeping students in classrooms. I hope it surprises no one that we want to keep students in the classroom too. But we want to keep students in classrooms that are functional, classrooms that are safe, classrooms that aren't bursting at the seams, classrooms where every student has an equitable shot at success, because the supports are in place to make sure that happens. None of that will be possible if the Ford government does not change its plans. We haven't seen the education minister at the bargaining table, but we see him in the media. On the one hand, we hear him talking about how much he wants a deal, but on the other, we see him whipping up fear and anxiety among students and parents. I have to say, we wish the minister would invest as much energy in trying to get a deal as he puts into positioning the Ford government for a possible strike. In fact, we saw him again this morning, stoking fears about strikes and spinning facts. He claims that moving class size from an average of 22-1 to 25-1 is a decrease. He talks of working together at the bargaining table, yet decides to make his suggestion of mediation through a press conference rather than face-to-face with us. We are more interested in safeguarding publicly funded education than in this kind of political theater. We've had a new minister for 5 months now. If he's learned anything about education in that time, and if he really wants a deal, he could start by going to the Premier and explaining that the Doug Ford education agenda, the plan announced back in March, simply isn't going to work. He needs to tell Premier Ford that larger class sizes undermine student learning, that slashing course options cuts off paths to students' futures, that fewer supports will cause students who are already struggling to fall further behind, that mandatory e-learning will not modernize the system. It will simply disadvantage enormous numbers of students and lead to lower graduation rates. He needs to tell Premier Doug Ford that the government's plan is causing chaos in our schools and that it's only going to get worse. In short, it's time for the Minister of Education to do the right thing and take a stand on behalf of the province's students. We're almost 7 months into the bargaining process, and frankly, there is no deal in sight. Our goal, though, remains as it was when we began back in the spring. We want an agreement that's good for students, good for educators, and good for Ontario's economic future. Our proposals are positive, and we are absolutely confident that Ontarians are far more aligned with our vision for education than with the path the Ford government is trying to take us down. Ontarians don't want to see the province's students crammed into classes of 40 or 45. They don't want students with special needs to be denied the supports they need to succeed. And they don't believe it's reasonable for teachers, education workers, or any working person to have their real income reduced year over year and fall further and further behind the cost of living. They don't want to see Ontario's economy put at risk through short-sighted cuts and a failure to invest in our shared future. The Ford government, though, is asking us and everyone else in Ontario to accept all these things. But Ontarians don't have to rely on my interpretation of these negotiations, and they don't have to listen to government spin either. They can see all of our proposals and all of the government's proposals at bargainingforeducation.ca, the website we've created exactly for that purpose. We're confident Ontarians will have no problem recognizing whose vision respects and defends the value of our globally recognized education system. We are at the bargaining table today. We will be there for 3 more days this week, doing what we've been doing since day one, trying to get the Ford government and school board associations to engage, finally, in meaningful discussions about substantive issues that affect the quality of education in our classrooms. We are at the bargaining table today and not on the picket line, as we could have been. This is a choice we made for this week because we remain committed to looking for solutions through negotiations. I sincerely hope the Ford government seeks the same and isn't intent on creating additional unnecessary conflict. I'm happy to take questions at this point. Well, the government certainly launched the most outrageous attack against secondary schools with the intention to cut 1 out of every 4 high school teachers out of the system over 4 years, and the loss, of course, of hundreds and hundreds of critical support staff. We have 4 days of bargaining this week. We've got a minister who complains about 11th hour negotiations and the uncertainty that creates. They have 4 days now to come to the table to finally work with us to safeguard students' education quality, and we're going to give them that opportunity. So between now and Thursday, let's see if they finally step up to defend student quality of education. If by third party you're talking about the minister's call for a mediator this morning, we have no objection to bringing a mediator to the table. Mediators can sometimes be helpful in helping the parties find a path forward. But if they think that we're going to bring in a mediator to drag this process back into the shadows, we're not interested in doing that. We've committed ourselves to transparency in this process. That transparency was demonstrated to be absolutely critical when the minister made a recent announcement and refused to acknowledge that they were talking about the elimination of all class size cap language around the province. So we'll work with a mediator, happy to do so. Have no idea why the minister didn't approach us or have his representatives at the table simply ask us, but we remain committed to a transparent bargaining process. I can't tell you because it depends on what happens between now and the end of Thursday. And my sincere hope is that we finally see the government and school board associations moving towards safeguarding students' educational experience. That's not safeguarded by what they have on the table right now. They're still talking about moving from 22.5 average class size to 25. That's a massive and destructive increase. They're still talking about an absolutely untried 4 mandatory e-learning courses. No jurisdiction in the world does that, and they have no way to demonstrate that that's going to be successful. They still have hundreds and hundreds of support staff cut out of our school system who provide critical assistance to our highest need students. So, if they come to the table prepared to address those kinds of issues, come Thursday, we'll be able to say we've made significant progress and bargaining continues. Then we'll have to assess what happens over the next 4 days, and we have a mandate from my members that they are absolutely committed to defending the quality of the system, and we will have to take additional steps. My hope remains that we can actually make some progress at the table over the next 3.5 days now.
Our board says they'll be posting updates as they become available.
So we've been in constant, regular communication with all of the other teacher affiliates, the education affiliates. We're speaking to them regularly. We're communicating about what's happening at the table. And we ended up in somewhat different places by virtue of the process that we had to go through because we needed a labor board decision and so forth. You can expect that we will continue to communicate and work with the other affiliates in a way that's productive for the system. Yes, absolutely. So the Conference Board of Canada released a study back in the spring that demonstrated for every dollar invested in the education system, it returns $1.3, $1.30 to the broader economy. And every dollar stripped out of the education system causes a loss, a magnified loss of $1.3 in the broader economy. In addition to that, investments have been demonstrated to raise graduation rates, and when you raise graduation rates, you reduce healthcare costs, you reduce costs in the judicial system, you reduce costs in social welfare payments. So the government can, as it's been so far, treat education as simply a spending line item. And that's a short-sighted and ultimately destructive view, because education is in fact an investment in Ontario's future and an investment right now in Ontario's broader economy. I don't have the turnout numbers. I just had the percentages, which is ultimately what matters. So we proposed a cost of living adjustment, which would peg compensation increases to inflation. So in essence, my members' compensation next year would be the same in real terms as it is this year. Bearing in mind that since 2012, each year they've fallen behind inflation, and over that 7 years, it's been about a cumulative 10% loss in actual spending power. So I think it would have been reasonable for us to come to the table and propose a catch-up. We haven't done that. We've simply said that over the years of the collective agreement, our members' compensation should keep pace with inflation, and I really can't imagine a more reasonable proposal. Well, I mean, we were all aware that he was apparently locked away during the federal campaign period, and his conservative colleagues didn't want him speaking and damaging their chances in that federal election. Now he has a minister who certainly isn't shy of the microphone, so perhaps he doesn't see his own interventions as being as necessary. I wish the minister's interventions were more focused on what's good for student learning and less trying to raise the stakes and create anxiety and fear amongst parents and students. That would help us move things forward.
He's customized.
If it came to an action, would you be in favor of starting Portugal?
He's new.
I'm really in favor of getting to a deal without there being any need for action. So over the next 4 days, we'll determine whether or not the government school boards are prepared to move that way. And if they are, no disruption will occur. And if not, we'll make an announcement after those days have expired. The education minister has made a couple of peculiar negotiations at the moment. So on the one hand, he has claimed repeatedly that compensation is the big outstanding issue. And while it's an issue, I've at least been embarrassed to be keep pace with inflation. It is far from the only issue. They are still talking about raising average class sizes to 25-1 at the same time as they've proposed and have not taken on the table their position.
We have a lot of things to explore
around the province should be eliminated. There would be no guide rails on the decision making as to how many students could be in any individual class. The only limit would be the number of kids you could stuff into a particular room. They're still talking about using our students as guinea pigs in this e-learning experiment that's been tried nowhere else in the world, and we're saying let's check and assess that before we rush blindly forward. We still have hundreds and hundreds of support staff who are on layoff because of the funding cuts that have happened. So no, we're actually very far. I'm disappointed to say we're actually very far apart at this time, and very far from being in a position to say we have been able to safeguard students' learning conditions.
The vote results from the education support workers, custodians, secretaries under your union was slightly lower, not by much, but slightly lower than teachers and what they voted for. Do you have any accounting for that discrepancy?
Yeah, I'd attribute that simply to the greater financial precarity that those folks live with. Our support staff average salary is $38,000. They have not, they're simply not in a position to save a lot of money on those sorts of annual incomes, and they live financially in a much more precarious situation than others might, and therefore I'm not surprised that, for some of them taking this stand is more anxiety producing than it might be for others. We are always required under the School Board's Collective Bargaining Act before we take any kind of job action to provide 5 days notice. So, although the minister seems intent on whipping up fears and causing anxieties, at least to this extent, parents can be reassured that they would never have less than 5 days preparation for any kind of job action. 5 days from now, if I were to give notice today, if my union were to give notice today. I'm not going to presume that, Randy, because we have 4 days of bargaining ahead of us, and I hope that those are productive. It would be 5 days after we gave notice at a minimum. The weekends count as days, yes. They're five calendar days, not work days.
So Tuesday the 26th. Sorry, just to clarify, Tuesday the 26th.
If we were to make an announcement on Thursday, yes. Without having said that, I'm going to be making an announcement on Thursday, to be clear. Cynthia? So two things. It is a significant stumbling block in two ways. First of all, when the minister talks about good faith negotiations, using the blunt instrument of legislation to constrain what can be discussed at the bargaining table is the exact opposite of good faith negotiations. So it constrains our ability to be creative there and find possible solutions. Secondly, frankly, my members find the position unreasonable. They've fallen behind inflation year after year, and it's time that they just made next year in real terms what they were making this year. So in those two ways, it's a stumbling block. Absolutely, when you have a government that has demonstrated its willingness to engage in knee-jerk policy reactions, we have to be concerned about back-to-work legislation. But people should understand what back-to-work legislation would mean at this time. It would mean that the government is taking away educators' ability to defend the quality of education. It would mean not just legislating educators back to work, it would mean legislating those higher class sizes, legislating that mandatory for e-learning program, legislating the loss of support staff who provide assistance to high risk and students with needs. That's what they would be legislating, and therefore they would own all of the chaos and all of the erosion of the quality of the public system up until the next election. And if there are no more questions, thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
We're going now to Department of Education Minister Stephen Lecce is making an announcement. Let's listen in.
Have held their strike votes, declaring a great victory in the desire of their members to go on strike, while downplaying the negative effects such union actions would have on the students of this province. Students don't want to see a strike. Students don't want to see a strike either. And I don't want to strike. And I've been unequivocal. I will remain, that I want to see kids remain in class. Since the beginning, I've demonstrated the government's intent to be reasonable during the negotiation process. We invited our labor partners to begin bargaining early in the hopes of avoiding disruption at the beginning of the school year. We doubled our investment and hired permanent psychologists and psychotherapists. We enhanced special education and mental health supports in class and provided funding to ensure hundreds of education workers could return to the classroom. We updated our curriculum, focusing on STEM, financial literacy, and back to basics math to teach our kids the skills and the knowledge they need to succeed in a competitive job market. We listened to parents who want to see their kids in school to be improved, and announced an over $500 million investment to renew school infrastructure right across this province. We've tabled an offer to reduce class sizes from the maximum average of 28 down to 25 in secondary schools for OSSTF. And with CUPE, we reached an agreement that is reasonable and student-focused. But as you know, the unions have continued to escalate towards job action. Now, I've never wavered from our focus on keeping all the parties at the table. We remain a constructive force at the negotiating table and have been reasonable every step of the way. And I know we can reach a deal with our education partners, but I need all parties to remain committed to continued negotiation. Today, amid a period of union escalation, I'm calling on our partners to enter into mediation, the use of an independent third party to assist the unions, trustee associations, and the government to reach an enduring settlement that ensures children remain in class. Je demande les médiations pour aider et garder les enfants en classe. Mediation works. We saw this during our negotiation with CUPE. Together, we found a reasonable solution. And I believe parents want the government to continue to keep the needs of their children a top priority. And there is a continued challenge at the table. It is in part focused around compensation and benefits. I do believe that through thoughtful and constructive mediation, we can find a solution. I continue to believe that strike action by unions could have significant impacts, adverse impacts on our kids, on our parents, and educators alike. And strike action would disproportionately hurt our most vulnerable. I've been clear and consistent since the beginning that I'm willing to work with our education partners to reach agreements on the issues that affect our kids. And I've been open to innovative ideas from all of our partners to find ways to provide world-class education in a safe and diverse classroom. Our government is focused on delivering a deal that invests in their potential and ultimately keeps them in the classroom where they belong. My message to parents is this: we have been listening. I've heard your concerns. The government remains squarely focused on one aim, and that is keeping kids in class. That's why our government will always be ready to bargain 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We will not walk away on our kids. We will not turn our backs on our parents who rightfully insist that parties leverage every available tool to get deals that keep kids in class. I call on our partners today to accept this offer and to move forward with a shared objective of keeping children in class throughout the academic year. I'll take a few questions, please.
Minister, it seems as though you're... say that you are seeking drastic cuts. So how do you think mediation is going to help if you're that far apart?
You know, I actually think that there is a pathway to get a deal with teachers unions. One teacher union last week suggested that the negotiations continue unimpeded. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, he suggested that, accepted a premise that we're not horribly far apart on all the issues. It's actually, we're narrowed it down to just a few core issues. Look, in the CUPE deal, a similar question was posed in the week or two leading up to that agreement, that tentative agreement being reached on that Sunday night. I think that you're right to suggest that there's an element of disagreement. And the impetus today for turning to mediation is because of that disagreement. Because in my estimation, the likely pathway, the best pathway to get a deal is turning to an independent third party to help us reach the differences that perhaps that we ourselves cannot do. And I just think that, over the weekend reflecting on this decision, for me, it's what tools do I have at my disposal for the families out there who did not maybe, didn't mind or like the outcome of that CUPE deal, but didn't like the process to achieve it. Didn't like the deadline bargaining that led us to Sunday 9 p.m. to make an announcement when people were scrambling that week and particularly that night to find childcare. So my point is, I want to avoid that next week. I don't want to get there. And if we could turn to a third party and utilize their talents as we did with CUPE, that got us a deal that wasn't just agreed in principle, that was ratified overwhelmingly by their membership. That's good for kids. And so I think that is literally the driving force behind it, that for the few issues that remain, there's still a pathway to get a deal, because parents in this province deserve that predictability, which is why I'm calling for mediation as a standard step, and I think a prudent step forward to help incent them to stay at the table and to look to the capacities of a mediator to get a deal like we do with QP.
Minister, so I'm just wondering how it is useful when there's an incremental announcement to be made on negotiations, that every time the union puts out a press release, you come out here and make an announcement as well with some of the same talking points that we've heard before. This seems to be negotiating in press conferences and in tweets on both sides. How is that useful, and how is that negotiating in good faith?
Yeah, look, my preference and my long-standing position, as I've shared with you and others, is that I want the parties to remain at the table to get deals, and my preference has always been through the traditional method of negotiation, which happens at the table in a level of confidence. One party specifically has opted, in their own judgment, OSSTF, to publicize and table every substantive offer made on their website. That's a question for them ultimately. However, it is in the public interest for me to provide context and the motivation for our offers. I think it would be imprudent for the union to describe those. We'll take responsibility for our own. With the other unions, with OSST, with ETFO, as well as with OECTA, we have, and I continue to, I think, respect the confidence of the negotiation, so that we always negotiate in good faith. We are doing so with all the unions, full stop. We did so with QP. I think I actually recall a similar question with QP, and yet we got a deal that was overwhelmingly ratified. And so I appreciate the sentiment of the question. My preference is to do this at the table, because I think that's the best way to get a deal. Having said that, today announcing a step in mediation is something that normally, that the public should know, that we're looking, that I'm turning to, or at least I'm calling on the unions to seriously consider, over the coming days, looking to a third party. The substance of those discussions in the mediation process is not public, but the tool that I'm invoking or encouraging the parties to adopt, I think, is absolutely in the public interest. And I do think it just reflects my consistent disposition that parents should have an element of predictability over the coming years, which is why I think mediation is a prudent step. And I think, look, we are at a point where there are a few issues that diverge the parties from getting a deal. If I can reasonably turn to a mediator to get the parties in the same room, narrow down, drill down on the difference, come up with some reasonable solutions to bridge the gap, that is good for kids because it keeps them in class. And so I think I'm going to continue to look at every option I can. Today, mediation seems like a positive step forward to get that deal, because I think parents deserve that deal, and so do the kids and the educators themselves, who I think overwhelmingly want to be working.
Follow up on the negotiations, and particularly Bill 124, which unions have said that they will challenge in the courts. If Bill 124 is overturned, could parents be back in this situation once again with negotiations happening if a deal is reached later on because 124 is overturned?
Yeah, we believe we have a strong sense of confidence in the constitutionality of the bill. So, I just would reject the premise that could happen or that will happen. I think the bill is constitutional, and therefore I don't think that scenario would pan out. We believe, as we did with QP, we were able to provide a deal at 1%, which that bill prescribes. We got that deal while Bill 124 was before the House. It didn't inhibit in any way the union from voluntarily, in their membership, from voluntarily ratifying it. So I actually just think that there is a pathway to get a deal without creating that type of concern down the road. And obviously, should unions decide to litigate, we'll deal with that at that time. But we feel very confident in the legislation, and I think overall it demonstrates with QP that we were able to get a deal at that target of 1%, but able to achieve for QP, and I actually would argue a shared objective for all parties, a win-win-win proposition when it came to the reinvestment of frontline workers. Over 1,200 people are now are being rehired back in schools, many of whom were EAs for kids with exceptionality. I thought that was important. So did the union, of course. And so we were able to achieve a win-win-win proposition. I want to do that again with teachers. I think there is a way to do that with teachers. And that's why I think mediation is the best step.
School teacher said today that on Friday, the government quote abruptly informed us that they were withdrawing some proposals and dismissing their bargaining representatives. Why did you choose to do that?
Well, on the latter point, that's not the case. So I'm not sure. I just was briefed on that before I came on. That's not the case. With respect to the composition of the bargaining team, we have a large team. They continue to do their work unimpeded. We're going to continue to negotiate in good faith with the union, with OECTA. And as I said earlier to the earlier question, with OECTA, like EDFO, they've opted not to negotiate in the public. What I can say to you, though, quite honestly, is it is very normal to table offers, as we have done consistently, systematically, coming back to the table with new offers after new offer after new offer. Some of those offers will stay on the table. Some of those offers, after the union declines them, will be removed from the table. We go back to square one and try again. Like, folks, this happens all the time. So, notwithstanding the notoriety of the release, it's like this will happen again. We're going to continue to make new offers to OECTA, to EDFO, to OSSTF. In OSSTF's case, I'll be back to tell you about them. But with the OECTA, that ebb and flow is very normative. Like, it's already happened multiple times. This one seems to be of interest, but I guess my hope is that as we go forward with new offers and new reasonable propositions, we're going to try to demonstrate to the unions that we're going to continue to be reasonable. What I do think, though, in the abstract with the teacher unions, the challenge I'm seeing is that there's a very one-sided experience here where we consistently are bringing forth offers to the table to get the unions to stay at the table and ultimately to get a deal. And I, quite honestly, and I've said this before and I mean it, I've not seen that spirit of reasonableness being matched by the other parties.
We're doing this,
so with OSSTF, we tabled a reduction in classroom sizes. With other unions, we've tabled some pretty important moves.
In a couple of months,
and we haven't had much movement on their end, which is why today I'm calling for mediation, because I think it is probably the best way forward. Remove it from my hand, put it to a third-party mediator who will make the best decisions and ultimately get some sense of alignment. And that mediator was invoked last time with CUPE, and it was a highly effective model. It's not doesn't always work, but I think it's worth the try. Parents deserve us looking at every tool in the toolbox to get deals, and this is why mediation seems prudent, because it's going to help, in my estimation, keep the kids of this province in class.
Minister, has your government formulated?
If I do get a job, I'm probably not going to monetize the channel.
I'm not cognizant. I've not seen back to work legislation, but I wouldn't comment substantively on that. I think my aim at this point is really just to get a deal. To be quite frank with you, I heard this question with QP, and I affirmed that I thought there's a
ultimate tool, isn't it?
Well, no, I think the ultimate tool is a voluntary settlement. The aspirational objective is to get an agreement, which we can in good faith with all the parties. We did it with QP.
I mean, absolutely,
we've just done it with the overwhelming plurality of absolute majority of their members consenting to that. So, I think there is, in fact, a pathway to get a deal. My preferred option, option, when it comes to what I think all parties would like, is a voluntary agreement that's good for students, good for the unions and their membership, good for the trustees, and of course good for the government of Ontario. And I think we should be focusing our energies on looking for a solution that is achieved through voluntary settlement. And we did that with QP most recently through the use of a mediator. So I think it's an important step, just a reasonable help get deals, because at the end of the day, I think it is the parents of this province are looking to the parties, particularly the government, to provide every single step forward that's going to help ensure we get deals. And I think mediation is a prudent step in this respect. I think my hope is the unions will seriously ponder the value of it and the fact that we're invoking a third party to help us drive an outcome. I'll just take maybe one or two more questions.
Have you already canvassed at the bargaining table the willingness of the various unions to go into mediation, and what would it say if they
and then on December 4th they did wind up going ahead with it, and then on December 11th,
I'll let the unions speak for themselves about their thoughts. I know they'll be reflecting on it, I'm sure, over the coming hours and days. My hope is they will accept it, and I think because we now have a case study most recently with QP where the union decided to enter into mediation and to continue good faith bargaining, we got a deal. So my hope is that example will perhaps inform the decisions of how we move forward. For me, because it was effective, because there's dispassion, it was third party, and ultimately it was rather immediate. I mean, we only did this for the course of some days. I thought it was really, in this instance, it's absolutely valuable to consider. And I'm hoping that the unions, the teacher unions will accept it as seen as another constructive step the government is taking to keep them at the table and ultimately to get a good deal for kids in this province, keep them in class.
Was it Cuba that initiated the mediation, or was it?
I don't recall. I just think I think the fact is the parties accepted mediation, and so to the basis of your question, will they accept or not? We're calling for it today, and I'm hoping they'll.
We're probably going to be doing
all three parties unanimously accepting the proposition that mediation is good for kids.
Suggesting that the education unions are over-relying on these labor tools or perhaps jumping.
I think we have to cut the time a little bit.
I mean, the unions will make their own decision points on how they choose to escalate. That is exclusively theirs. I think when you speak to families, though, they perhaps wouldn't see escalation today or over the last several weeks, every week, without exception, pretty much, as particularly constructive to keeping the parties at the table. And my interest is to get a good deal for kids that keeps them in school. And so when I get the sense, and to be fair, I can't be the only person in the room who gets the sense that there's a trajectory that some unions are on right now.
And also,
that is a fair point, and so I think if we know that's their trajectory, then how can I help stem that, avoid any sort of labor risk to families, and how do I keep kids in class? Invoking mediation is a reasonable tool, and it worked. It worked for us with QP, so we think there's merit. I'll just take one more question, and then
Minister, I talked to a teacher this morning who says that he's really concerned about being able to spot bullying in class because it can be oftentimes subtle. You have said that you're concerned about bullying as well. Are you worried that increasing class sizes will lead to teachers not being able to spot this and making that process even more difficult?
I think bullying is a real phenomena in schools, and a timely question, given it is Bullying Awareness Week. There are a lot of things I think the government must be doing and continue to do more of when it comes to remediating this real phenomena that's happening to kids in school boards, English and French, urban and rural, increasing victimization of racialized kids, LGBT kids, new Canadians. There's a variety of constituencies, I mean, not the exclusion of others, that are getting bullied every single day. And so the method by which we help fix that problem is one when it comes to helping to starting to work on change the hearts and minds of young people, thought of young people in an early age when it comes to our health and physical education curriculum, where we, for the first time in grade 3, talk about visible and invisible differences. We're trying to change the culture for young people that they don't see different, that they respect people based on the human dignity that every single person has.
We're actually going to be doing this
heritage, color, skin, orientation, place of birth, or socioeconomic status. So that's the first step. It's a cultural change. That doesn't happen just in schools. It happens as a society, in media, as parents at home. We all have a role to play in helping to rechange that culture that exists. The second is support for teachers and principals, de-escalation support, better training, which we have announced just weeks ago when I announced the more than doubling of mental health funding in this province to $40 million from roughly $16 million under the former government. Part of that was an allocation for principals and VPs, who are, as you know, the responsible folks, overwhelmingly responsible for any form of enforcement or any form of discipline, working with them on de-escalation. The other part of it is on having better access to reporting these incidents. And PPM essentially is a requirement by the ministry to boards on reporting, on enforcement, on discipline. And I think over the coming days, my objective is to look at how we can immediately and down the road in short order look at strengthening some of those provisions, because I think we have seen too many children a victim of bullying, cyberbullying, and increasingly violent bullying. And my commitment to families is to look at additional steps we can take to keep kids safe, to stem the tide of bullying, and ultimately stand with.
Increasing them will negatively affect teachers being able to spot bullying, which is difficult.
Yeah, I think for educators in class, provide them with more upfront training, I think ensuring that kids know that the physical health education curriculum has a major emphasis that counters bullying specifically, particularly online and cyberbullying, mental health for the first times. I don't look at this in isolation. I think the steps we are taking are fundamentally going to help improve the safety of children and make sure that every child in this province feels included in the curriculum and in the classroom. Thank you so much.
Different this year. This year, though, is a lot different this year now than we were back in March. We were in 2020. For example, I think he is, in fact, so. Alright, I'm gonna actually wait for it to load in first before I start the video.
Ontario secondary school teachers have announced that they will use Work to Rule as their next tool in their negotiations with the province. OSSTF President Harvey Bischoff says that job action will include information pickets before, during, or after school. This comes as Education Minister Stephen Lecce reduces the number of mandatory high school e-learning courses from 4 to 2.
It seems that the education minister has accidentally stumbled halfway towards the right solution. But, you know, aside from that specific proposal, let's talk about the process. On Monday, he calls for mediation. We immediately agree. By 24 hours later, we have a mediator at the table working with us. And today he gets into the media again, holds another press conference. It interrupts the bargaining that we were actually conducting today to make an offer through the media. Why doesn't he use the process? My understanding is that he simply doesn't get how collective bargaining works, and he's way out of his depth. What he's done is fan the flames once again.
Let's go live at CB24's Christina Tenalia following this story, and obviously the union not very happy right now, Christina.
No, so talks have been ongoing, but earlier today, actually just about an hour and a half ago, Education Minister Stephen Lecce announced that he was essentially, you could say, acquiescing on part to union demands. Let me give you some backstory. Back in March, then Education Minister Lisa Thompson announced mandatory e-learning, so online courses for high school students, and there will be 4 mandatory courses. The concern, class sizes are larger for online learning, so that would mean less teachers and potentially a loss of jobs, or less teachers necessary for that kind of instruction because class sizes are larger. Today at 1:30 this afternoon, Lecce announced that instead of 4 mandatory courses, he bumped them down to 2 mandatory courses. According to his team, the average class size for that, it's going to be 1 teacher to an average of 35 students. So still there's a concern that there could be a potential job losses for teachers, although his team says that won't be the case. But with larger class sizes, less teachers are essentially necessary. He said today, the minister, that he feels that this will, show the unions that he's being reasonable. Now, since the OSSTF announced this job action, the minister is not commenting any further. His team says his earlier comments stand. Here are his earlier comments.
How it's going to assist at the bargaining table is a demonstration, I think, to those observing the process, is that we've been listening to them. And that we're hoping that by being reasonable, it shows the unions that they too should participate, or they too should have some interest in demonstrating some reasonableness as well. We have done this with the classroom size, numbers for OSSTF. We're doing this with online learning. I think what I'm trying to demonstrate to families is I'm trying to do everything I can to keep the parties at the table.
Public high school teachers will begin their job action on Tuesday. They're calling it, quote, a a withdrawal of services, a limited withdrawal of services that they say won't impact students. Hard to see how it won't impact students, because here's some of the job action. Teachers won't participate in EQAO preparation or testing. They won't participate in unpaid staff meetings outside the regular school day. And for example, they won't be providing any comments on any secondary provincial report cards. That starts Tuesday. So the minister and both the OSSTF potentially could still go to the negotiating table and talk this out. But for now, the OSSTF is providing 5 days notice of this job action as they're required to do.
Paying to some with the latest. The information pickets and limited withdrawal of administrative services. This announcement coming just moments ago from Harvey Bischoff, the president of the Ontario Secondary School Teachers Federation. I'm looking at a news release right now, and Mr. Bischoff is about to hold a media avail at Queen's Park, which we will go to live as soon as it gets underway. But in this statement, they say, and in this news release, they say that teachers and education workers represented by the Ontario Secondary School Teachers Federation will begin their first province-wide job action in more than 20 years next week as central negotiations enter their 8th month. Let's listen in to Harvey Bischoff.
Learning, we won't participate in after-school unpaid staff meetings. We won't provide comments on report cards, but we'll still submit marks so students know where they stand. And in addition to that, my members will, starting Tuesday, be engaged in what we're calling information pickets. This is a last-ditch effort to provide the public with information about the road that this government, this Ford government, is trying to take the education system down, the erosion that they're proposing of the high-quality system we've built over the last decade and a half. There will be no interruption to the school day. We are not intending to slow people's access to work sites or schools down. It will simply be the distribution of information so that people and the public and parents understand where this government is trying to take student learning.
Harvey, the Education Minister today announced they're backing down by half on the e-learning courses from 4 to 2, starting with grade 9 students next year. Is that not enough to appease the union?
Well, it seems that the Education Minister has accidentally stumbled halfway towards the right solution. But, you know, aside from that specific proposal, let's talk about the process. On Monday, he calls for mediation. We immediately agree. By 24 hours later, we have a mediator at the table working with us. And today he gets into the media again, holds another press conference. It interrupts the bargaining that we were actually conducting today to make an offer through the media. Why doesn't he use the process? My understanding is that he simply doesn't get how collective bargaining works, and he's way out of his depth. What he's done is fan the flames once again.
Are there any more talks scheduled?
We don't have days scheduled right now, but that's just a matter of not having sat down with the other side, taken out our calendars and established dates when we're both available for bargaining. So despite the minister's claims today, we've walked away from nothing. We're at the bargaining table right now. We're prepared to set future dates for bargaining, and we're prepared to continue to negotiate. It would be nice if he brought some of those proposals to the bargaining table instead of to the podium.
But they backed down on e-learning. They backed down on class sizes. I know they're still increasing them, you know, to 25, but they backed that number down to 28. So they might say, or probably say, that they're being flexible and the unions are not.
So he, like I said, he's gone halfway towards doing the right thing. But once again, this is a fire, ready, aim approach where they've made their decision. Now it's 2 e-learning mandatory courses. Up until a few days ago, he was vehemently defending 4 mandatory e-learning courses. What evidence does he have to support the idea that this is a good way forward for our students? He announces this and then announces a consultation to come afterwards. Will this consultation be made public as their previous biggest consultation in Ontario history has not been? Why doesn't he sit down with us while we're actually at the bargaining table and talk about what will work in this regard? Again, it's just a backward approach. Sure, it's like I say, halfway towards the right solution. But it seems to have been done more by accident than by any good planning on their part.
You said now back to 22 to 1 for the class size average. It seems now that that's non-negotiable, that if you guys don't get that you guys are going to go on strike. That's what it really kind of boils down to at this point.
Well, they haven't engaged in any meaningful discussion around that. And let's be clear, 22 to 1 is, part of the target. What we're talking about is overall staffing ratios within our schools that would protect not just class sizes, not just students' access to courses that they need to graduate and to fill their timetables, but we need librarians, we need guidance counselors, we need the other additional caring professionals in our schools who help support student learning. And that's why we're proposing that last year's staffing ratios remain in place. We're talking about a status quo to last year position. We're talking about not eroding the education system that we built up until last year. That strikes me as a pretty reasonable proposal.
To Cynthia's point, though, they have backed down on class sizes. They've backed down on e-learning. What more does the government need to do to appease your union?
Let's be clear what they've done. They've unilaterally announced the elimination of thousands and thousands of educators from the system. They've unilaterally announced 4 e-learning courses, now changed to 2 mandatory e-learning courses. They unilaterally introduced into the legislature a cap on compensation and the ability to negotiate those things. And then they back off those unilateral announcements a little bit, don't even do it at the bargaining table, and expect that we're going to be enticed by that. That's not an appropriate way to deal with the collective bargaining process. Nor is there any evidence that the minister understands the education system itself and what's good for students.
So initially it was 10,000 teachers.
How long will you allow bargaining table to continue?
Now, with all of us and with education for the public. We've been doing that for some time now, including making all of our proposals and their proposals open for public scrutiny through our bargaining.education.ca website. And we'll have to see now, are they prepared to respond in an appropriate way at the negotiating table and move this forward? And so really the ball's very much in their court in terms of whether or not they're going to move this forward.
But a full board strike is still a possibility.
Well, these things are of course, they're possibilities, but what I'm here to talk about is how we get to an agreement before there's any need for escalation. The minister has talked about not wanting escalation, and yet he doesn't come to the bargaining table with anything of value.
Would you be willing to meet over the coming days throughout the weekend before Tuesday?
Well, we're essentially willing to meet at any time, and so if there's an invitation to set dates and we are available, we will meet, as we've done since we first served notice to bargain on April the 29th. Almost 7 months ago, we served notice to bargain. The government could have opened up that notice period on March the 4th. They waited 2 full months. Then when we served notice, they could have met with us. They waited the maximum allowable 15 days under the School Board's Collective Bargaining Act to meet with us. If they're suddenly feeling a sense of urgency and want to meet, well, it'd be nice to get together at the table and talk about something substantive, but they haven't managed to do that yet.
The minister has suggested that OSSTF hasn't really moved at the table. Is that a fair characterization of what's going on?
The minister has begun to move from spin into something, towards untruths, really. But when he says we haven't moved, I want you to take a look at what's on the table, and it's all available for public scrutiny. We're talking about essentially status quo positions in terms of maintaining the quality of Ontario's publicly funded education system and maintaining in real terms my members' compensation when it comes to pay and benefits. So we could have come to the table and said we want average class sizes reduced to
we did our live.
We could have come to the table and said we want 8% raises in the first year. We didn't play that. We've come with positions that are reasonable and are appropriate.
I have to go out to the store,
and if he can't,
but we're not going to be going tonight. I want to actually make something clear. We are probably not going to be able to make Bob and Sue's live stream because I'm going to be live. And I'm going to probably be live for a while until we get through all the press conferences and everything. It might take hours.
Let me say, first of all, we represent support staff as well who are making the same average salary as CUPE members, and the intention is still, they're still got their legislation to interfere with the bargaining process on the table, and that's not appropriate. For a government to find $230 million most recently to throw at canceling green energy projects. And then to say that my members need to not be able to keep up with inflation with their compensation is not a very productive way to go forward at all. We're talking about a position in terms of compensation. They have money, $1 billion to risk on putting beer in corner stores. Most recently, it was 230 million green energy cancellation. And
I think
after my members have fallen behind inflation
we are going to have
for 7 years straight, to a cumulative total of a 10% loss of inflation, to come to my members to look for those sacrifices is not going to help us get it.
How many teacher jobs will be lost now? Because initially the estimate was 10,000 would be lost with the higher class sizes to 28. And then I believe it went down to 5,000 would be lost when they dropped it to 25. Now that you're dropping e-learning courses in half, what is your estimate for how many jobs would actually be lost? It must be going down again.
Well, so the number would still be somewhere around 5,000 high school teachers, because it was actually closer to 6,000 when you incorporated the e-learning losses. So something like 5,000. When you think that every high school teacher teaches 6 classes, every classroom teacher teaches 6 classes, you're talking about a loss of tens of thousands of course options for students, a massive erosion of the system as it compared to how it stood last year. So there's still, this year, the class size average, according to the minister's own words, is 22.5 to 1. We've seen classes of 40 and more students. We've seen students who couldn't get access to courses that they needed in order to graduate. We've seen grade 10s who couldn't fill a timetable with enough courses because they weren't available. And he wants to make that situation substantially worse by going to 25 to 1.
How long will you work to rule for?
And plus, I will also have to have my fast night too, so I may
very
have
much
to,
in the government's hands.
hopefully
It
we'll
really
get
depends on
this
whether
done
they're finally going to
before-
come to the bargaining table, and that would be a nice
Hopefully we'll
place to
get the
do it, and not at a
majority of
podium
all
at a
this
press
done
conference, and make
before,
substantive offers on these
later
issues. So
tonight.
I can't give you a timeline. We are responsive to whether or not bargaining is progressing,
There even come
and
in
I
and
hope
actually
that
talk
finally
about
we'll see
what
this move
happened in
forward.
If there is
December
no
and
movement,
January.
does that mean that teachers could be on picket lines before Christmas?
If there's no movement, we will be announcing another step in action, at the appropriate time. I would hope that there's some movement and we can finally, start to make progress that would lead us towards a deal that protects the quality of education for our students.
What would that next step be? Would we talking school sports, prom, that kind of thing?
It will depend, like I said, we're going to assess what's happening at the bargaining table, and we'll make determinations based on whether or not things are progressing there.
Your education tables have been meeting the past 2 days, and the minister said today that they tabled essentially the deal that, the QP deal, but the union declined. So what was wrong with what they tabled? Is it the 1% or is there more?
Here's what was wrong. They didn't table the QP deal. The minister claims they tabled the QP deal. They haven't done so. In fact, he sent a message through the mediator that he wanted at the table about the QP deal, and we said, table the QP deal. They refused to do so, and now the minister is out publicly claiming that they tabled it when that is the exact opposite of the truth.
Are the teacher federations working together to send a strong message to both of you starting work to roll campaigns into, say, elementary, public, and high school?
We have regular communications with all of the education affiliates. We are talking about what's on the table. We're talking about how we're going to attempt to safeguard the quality of education in Ontario. We are in somewhat different places in terms of process, just because of the nature of the process that we had to go through to get to substantive bargaining. And there are very different things on the table. It's secondary teachers that they're talking about eliminating 1/4 or maybe 1/8 of, depending on whether you believe their regulation or their, what they've talked about at the tables. That's led us to be in somewhat different positions, but we'll continue to communicate with the other federations and work together to safeguard education quality.
Harvey, can you tell us in absolute terms what you need to see at the bargaining table for you to sign a contract?
Of course not, because that's something that happens at the bargaining table. What I can tell you is we're not interested in compromising the quality of student education in Ontario. We spent too long building it up to where it is now. We spent too long making it an internationally renowned education system to allow this short-sighted, ham-fisted government to tear it down. So, bargaining is a process where we talk back and forth with the other side and get to agreement. It's not a process where the minister goes to the podium and makes more announcements that should be discussed at the bargaining table and further fans the flames and just pours gasoline on this situation.
But it sounds to me like you're just waiting to see whether the government's going to backtrack on policy again. You're just kind of waiting to see, okay, well, maybe they'll do it. And if so you can't just giving them more room to just keep backtracking.
We're in negotiations and we're not anywhere close to an agreement that, look, I could agree to what they put on the table right now. If I took that deal to my members, they wouldn't ratify it in 1,000 years, because my members are the ones face to face with students every day doing their very best to provide a quality of education for kids who need all kinds of different supports, kids who have different futures in their minds for what they want to achieve. If I took my members this deal, they would ask me if I had lost my mind at the bargaining table, because there's no way it's good enough for them to be able to support kids that they work with every day.
And so that's why I asked, what is good enough? What would be good enough for them? What would they consider to be a good contract?
We'll determine that through the bargaining process, but what we're not interested in is eroding the quality of student education.
Pardon me, just to clarify that, the deal you're referring to, not the people.
Has proposed, to be clear, they haven't proposed the QP deal despite those claims.
What did they say?
And what they've proposed at the teacher table is still a massive increase in class
Yeah, they were
sizes. It's
just
still
looking
mandatory
back at what we
learning.
saw
And so those things are not of interest to us.
and comparing it to where we are now. Where we are currently right now, like no action has been taken with the other
Yes,
units. It's been very quiet.
it's so unfortunate that what should be a discussion at the
So we're
bargaining
not
table is now a
starting to
matter
look
for,
back to 2019
to media
compare
consumption, public
where we
consumption
are
in
sitting
this
currently
manner,
as of
because it tells you that the minister
what is
doesn't
it,
understand the process
November
and really, frankly,
2019. So we're actually
made the
2022.
mediator's role useless by his actions today. But there was a conversation. The mediator brought that idea. We said, table that position. They refused to do so and then went out into the public and claimed that they had done it anyway.
Okay, so they had suggested that they might do this and to the mediator.
Yeah, there were
Yes,
also about whether the other
She, in fact, yes, related to the unions, and we said put the
Toronto
offer on the
plus
table. They did not. Every offer they have on the table will show up on bargainingforeducation.ca, and that one has not been tabled to us. Thank you.
You're listening live to OSSTF President Harvey Bishop speaking to reporters this hour at Queen's Park, talking about the ongoing negotiations between the province and OSSTF. So he says the union will be picketing next week, withdrawing a small amount of admin services as well. They say they're waiting for the government to come back to the bargaining table with valuable ideas. We also heard from Minister Stephen Lecce earlier today. He says he does want to reach a deal, but there are no planned talks right now between the two.
phase one up there.
A real challenge fast-paced world. We have heard from
21
parents
minutes, so
that
we're
they are
up to
worried
21
about the
minutes.
challenges their children will face today in the classroom and after graduation, and when they're trying to get a good job. That's why I've been working tirelessly to make sure our childcare and education systems are giving students the knowledge, skills, and confidence they need to thrive inside and outside the classroom. Among the many areas of focus since I became minister, including enhancing the health and physical education curriculum, increasing support for the skilled trades, focusing on positive mental health. There's also been working hard on how we modernize learning, how we ensure greater alignment of our curriculum with labor market needs. There's almost no life or career path our students are preparing for that will not involve the use of technology to some degree. In this day and age, it's become critically important that we adopt more modernized learning for students across Ontario and to help empower our publicly funded teachers to better prepare students for the realities of today's increasingly technology-enabled world. Technology has become central to the most aspects of our daily lives, including our work, training, education, and how we really connect with the broader world. There's almost no life or career that will not use technology to some degree. And employers are looking for people who understand the importance of technology and who could use it in ways that will help their businesses and their organizations thrive in a competitive, connected global economy. To succeed in this environment, it is crucial our students graduate with the skills and familiarity needed to use and benefit from technology in all that they do.
I think
It is not surprising
we
that
might have
60,000
to time a
students took an
little
online
short
course.
when we
Last academic year, we've seen a
5:30.
17% increase in uptake of online learning since 2011. And currently, there are well over 230 courses available both in Spanish from every region of this province. Now, today, I'm announcing another step forward to enhance online learning and to
I'm
give our
wondering if I
kids the
could
tools they need
cut the
to succeed.
stream
Aujourd'hui,
here
je réaffirme notre
and just
engagement
continue
en
on where we
faveur
left
de
off,
l'apprentissage
probably
en
after
ligne.
we get to November
This is another
28th.
demonstration
We'll
of our
cut it
reasonableness
off
at the
here, we'll
negotiating
cut it
table
off.
to underscore
I
our
will
commitment
call
to
it
getting
a day,
deals
and
that
we'll
keep
maybe
kids
resume
in class.
tomorrow.
Under our plan to modernize and
Part
strengthen
one.
public
So looking
education,
back,
Ontario
look back at
students will be
what happened in
required to take
2019,
2
part
online
one.
credits to graduate
So what we're
secondary
calling
school.
will be a part one.
Students that begin grade 12 in the 2023-2024 school year will be the first cohort that are required to complete online courses for graduation. And online courses could begin counting towards students' graduation requirements beginning this September of 2020. We recognize that students need a bit more time to plan their high school careers before an online learning requirement is implemented, and we have listened. And to ensure we develop online learning experiences that meet the needs of students and provide them with a high-quality education, we'll be launching a consultation with educators and school boards and, of course, our students in the coming months to gather their feedback on its implementation. We'll also allow students to be exempted on an individual basis from this requirement. And we're going to work with school boards to provide guidelines around these exemptions. But research tells us that nearly all students can be successful in online learning if they have the right supports.
E-learning.
And I want to be clear. Our enhancements to Ontario's publicly funded education system come from feedback and input from students, parents, and educators alike. We've heard from parents that they're worried about declining math scores. So we're rolling out a new 4-year math strategy from grades 1 to 12, and we're going back to basics by focusing on the fundamentals of math. We've heard from parents they want their kids to have a strong foundation in STEM and in STEAM. Our plan will see students learn about STEM from kindergarten to grade 12 and giving them hands-on learning experiences to help develop skills, transferable skills as critical thinking and collaboration. We've heard from parents and their students that their students weren't learning the skills needed to prepare them for a job after graduation. So knowing that by 2021, 1 in 5 jobs will be in the skilled trades, our government is investing in programs, the Ontario Youth Apprenticeship Program, the Specialist High School Major, among other experiential learning, so that skilled trades are recognized as aspirational, good-paying jobs for the future. We heard from parents that their students were not prepared for life after graduation. So we listened, and as of this year, students will be learning financial
I think we're
literacy,
just covering
as it is
November
intended
2019,
across
what
many
we saw
subjects,
here.
including the new careers
I
course.
think we're just going to
We heard
cover
from
everything that happened
parents,
in
students, and
November
educators that
2019.
the issue of mental health
Tomorrow we're
needs to be
talking
taught
about
earlier
everything that
and more
happened
widely,
in
which is why we
December
announced an
of
investment
2019. So
of
we're
over
covering
$40
mostly a
million,
look back.
more than doubling
We're
our
doing
funding commitment
November
to advance
2019.
student mental health with our education partners. Now, further, we've permanently funded approximately 180
probably
frontline
gonna
mental
look
health
back
workers,
at our
psychologists, and
live stream
psychotherapists.
today
And this government
and
believes
say
that high-quality
Expo Strikes
teacher-supported
will
online
cover
learning
everything that we
can be
have
transformational for all
up
students.
until
It can provide them with new and exciting ways to learn,
until we
to
get to
find the
March,
courses they
right?
want, and to develop the skills they will need for a successful future. Now, we want to get this right. We know that
If I could
currently
get-
there
if
is
I could
inconsistency
form a file,
and duplication in
if I
delivering
can
online
form
courses
a
across the
file,
province, which is why we're working
you know, if I
continuously
can
to
form a
centralize and
file,
increase the
put
access to
everything that
high-quality
I have
online
in
learning
that
courses
file, and then we
so
can
that every
have it
student can
where-
have powerful, meaningful engagement online with experiences no matter where they live or where they go to school. Needless to say, broadband is also essential to support modernized digital learning in the classroom. And that's why all Ontario high schools and publicly funded schools will have access to reliable, fast, and secure internet services at schools at a speed of 1 megabit per second per student in all regions of this province by September of 2020. This will give students access to technology that will better develop their digital skills and provide quality
we'll
broadband
just
services
cover
for
everything
students,
in
especially in
November,
rural
at
and
least
remote
for
parts of this
November.
province. To complete this project,
But then we'll do it
the
in
needs
December.
of
But
each student will be
we'll do
individually assessed,
December
and then individually technological
tomorrow.
solutions will be developed to support that implementation. Broadband improvement is underway at schools in every region of Ontario. And as you can see, our vision for the education system is broad, and it is comprehensive. It's designed to better prepare students with the skills, knowledge, and confidence to succeed in
Next
school
week we'll
and
cover
beyond.
everything that
That's because we are a government that is listening,
At least,
and we're
up
putting
until the
students and
press
parents
conference
first,
is through
because
December.
that's what they deserve. Now, because since I've become Minister of Education, I can assure you that our ministry has been committed to helping students meet
can't
the
just
demands
pick
of the
time
global
by you're
economy.
gonna be having to
The
do it
economic
slowly
landscape is
over
changing
stand
before
up.
us. The job market is shifting to
And
new
let's do
sectors,
it all
and so
one-
should our education
one-
system
one.
not only
So I
keep
think
up
we'll
with it,
just do it there.
but get ahead of it. So Ontario students can succeed after high school in the workforce and in life, which is why I want to reaffirm that our government is going to move forward with a plan that is reasonable, that embraces modern learning, and encourages technological fluidity that gives young people the ability to learn new skills, to assess more course offerings, and to embrace the technology that exists in a global skills-based economy. We're moving forward with a plan that has the flexibility to make sure that every child can get ahead, explore new and exciting topics, and ensure every child can get the course offerings that otherwise they could not. Thank you, and I will take a few questions.
Mr. Why would you land on two courses? Why would you land on two? Is there any reason behind that?
Yeah, we have listened widely to families, parents, educators. Overwhelmingly, the feedback was that they wanted a bit more time in its implementation, which is why we've decided to move forward with implementing the online learning in September 2020, but providing that students till 23-24, that cohort, to actually implement the plan and to achieve the two. The second thing is, we've heard overwhelmingly that online learning can be effective. However, there needs to be more courses offered to incent young people to participate in, broadband access, and a few other sort of enabling infrastructure, which we believe we are going to be able to do. So by listening to those we serve, by underscoring a commitment to be reasonable at the negotiating table, we really believe that this is the right way forward to really embrace the best of technology, give young people
I think we're gonna start
let's not forget, when you're in
doing
college or
segments
university or
within every
apprenticeship training one day,
2 hours. I think we're gonna
many
be
of us will
doing
know that
slow
online courses has been the nature of learning for well over a decade.
do it all in one
And so
day,
creating
and
that
we can
fluidity,
get
creating that
down.
competence, creating that strength to
Like
do those
AFO or
courses
SSTF,
with success,
and
I
then
think is so
we'll move
vital.
AFO
And so by
plus
introducing it
processing,
in
and
high
then-
school, by providing those investments, we really think that young people will be able to participate with strength and with success.
I always
rather.
said to everyone I will not be able to make it doing a live
Well, the
stream,
government has made this
I missed
decision
the
premised
stream,
on listening to those
I
we
had-
serve.
I had
I
to
think
upload
overwhelmingly
it.
what we heard was two
Oh,
things.
thank
They
you.
wanted more time in its implementation, and they wanted a course offerings that make sense for students in Ontario. And we think that, what we have done today is really in
Dylan's
part
not
giving
here.
students more access to courses they would not otherwise have. There's roughly 130 plus courses right now offered in
The
both
reason
English
why
and
I'm
French.
talking
We've
about
seen the
this, a lot of
subscription
people
of
that have
online
been
learning
asking me
go
about
up from
why are you
2001
making
by
these
17%
videos?
every single year over year.
Well,
So the
we're
evidence is underscored by the
documenting
interest by
this
students
labor
organically
and we're
participating.
now
Online learning. I see students participating,
and
learning.
promising that
We
might
also are
be doing-
cognizant that the success rates for online learning are roughly within a 5% differential of in-class learning. So overwhelmingly, students succeed in this, and so we think offering more variety of courses, high quality courses, like we're
Rap
talking
thing
about
was also there.
world-class standard of course.
I think we're
offerings that
gonna
are
be
really
here
help
for a
incent
while.
people to learn more. We've just
Honestly,
unveiled, for
I
example,
think
the
we're gonna be
online
live
careers
for
course. This is an
quite a
amazing
while.
course that is
I think
inspiring
we're
young
not
people to
gonna be
consider
off. It might not
their
be a 1
jobs and
hour,
their
it might not be a 1
careers
hour.
in fast-growing markets. For the first time, focusing on trades, young women. Associations, because again, the government is is a good deal, and we
blocking.
For graduation.
Yeah, look, well, it's underscored in part because we've seen a voluntary acceptance that
Well, we're up to 2 hours, so I think we're live. We've been live for about 2 hours.
We've also noticed
now.
that young people want offerings to more course selection. For many students, depending on the size of their school, they may not have access to the variety of courses some students
Tomorrow,
may
I
have,
may
depending on
maybe
where they
a little
live
bit
in
later
urban
tonight
centers
or
versus
tomorrow.
other centers. So
I'll
providing
finish
that
the
access,
rest of it
providing
and
the
go up
optionality
to,
to young people,
it'll-
we think is a net strength. We think it is in the interest of these kids, not just to have more course offerings, but to have the capacity to undertake online learning when we know, as I've well defined, and I think we all accept, that technological fluency, having that capacity online with technology is vital.
Yeah,
And
these
so this is about
trolls-
really going where the
I'm
puck is
wondering
going,
if you're
in the context of how we
expecting
learn
our
and what
idea.
we learn. And we want to give students every tool to succeed. 2 is a appropriate step. It gives them more time
What
to do
if
it
there
on their
is-
timeline.
if-
And we know that 75%,
You know what, that actually really
roughly
makes me
75% of
point.
students are
They
taking
cracked
courses
our
in grade
IP
11 and
for
12.
us.
But this is
I'm
giving
wondering how
them 2
these
more years
scammers
to
are
consider
fighting us.
maybe taking that online course in grade
That
10
our
or 9
IP
based on their own
address
comfort and
could
based on
be-
their own needs.
Minister, can you clarify how you think this will help with the bargaining process? Because it sounds like online courses, these specifically are replacing in some capacity instruction by teachers. So how will this, convince teachers that you're doing what's right for them and
Yeah.
students? And will this be replacing any teacher jobs?
Yeah, the commitment I made is that that online learning in this province will be delivered by Ontario certified educators in English and in French. It is AODA approved from an accessibility perspective. We're compliant. We're making sure that there's exceptions built in for all children, including for those with some form of either physical or intellectual disability, to make sure that there's those exemptions built in to exempt them from participating in this form of learning. But let's be clear, we made this determination because we believe it is the right way to go in the context of listening to those that we serve. But we also made this determination because we are trying to demonstrate to the people of this province, the parents of this province, that we are going to continuously be reasonable at the table, but more importantly, as a matter of public policy, given that course selection starts in January and that this is an announcement that is needed irrespective of the negotiations, we think that students will benefit from having a better embrace of technology and that fluency in the classroom. But how it's going to assist at the bargaining table is a demonstration, I think, to those observing the process, is that we've been listening to them. And that we're hoping that by being reasonable, it shows the unions that they too should participate, or they too should have some interest in demonstrating some reasonableness as well. We have done this with the classroom size numbers for OSSTF. We're doing this with online learning. I think what I'm trying to demonstrate to families is I'm trying to do everything I can to keep the parties at the table, to de-escalate this situation, and really to demonstrate a reasonableness, a thoughtfulness, and a student-centric focus on keeping these kids in class. And I think this should materially assist. I think what's regrettable, though, is in each and every circumstance or time that we have announced some reasonable action or some incremental step towards keeping kids in class and getting permanent, enduring resolutions for students, we have seen escalation. And so that is a regrettable juxtaposition when you see the government constantly making moves to show that we're listening, show that we're trying to be reasonable, show that we're trying to be constructive at the table. And then on the days we do it virtually, or near those days, we're seeing unions ramp up with some form of escalation. And my hope is that this will again demonstrate to our union partners that we mean business in the context of keeping them at the table, working with them in good faith, and getting a good deal for the parents of this province.
How is bargaining going?
We are before the OSSTF education workers. I could speak a bit more latitude with the OSSTF, given that these proposals are tabled online, as you know. Otherwise, I wouldn't. But in the context of OSSTF and the broader areas of teacher negotiations, just with OSSTF specifically, today we would have tabled the same deal we offered CUPE. The same deal we offered CUPE that was overwhelmingly supported by the members of CUPE, and OSSTF swiftly declined it. So this is another proof positive, I think, just to underscore the point, which is we are being so committed and reasonable focus on keeping kids in class, even when we have another union. These are education worker unions, by the way. CUPE's education workers, OSSTF today's education workers. Even when we tabled the same deal that was ratified by their members, even then, it is swiftly declined without much substantive discussion. And so, I think what that signals is that I'm not getting that reasonableness by the other side, by the union partners. And I think when you look at OSSTF's website, don't take it from me. I mean, my goodness. I mean, they demonstrate that they're there to listen, et cetera. But on compensation, I've seen no change. I've seen no change fundamentally on any of the offers that have sat on that website for weeks now. And so the bottom line is, I want kids in class. I want deals that ensure predictability for the parents of this province. But I need the union partners to be reasonable. And when they are pretty dogmatic on maintaining the same conditions on the government, no movement at all, I think it makes it tough. Now, I do think there's a pathway to get a deal. I've turned to a mediator. I've asked for a mediator, rather, because I really believe that that's the best way forward to provide an independent third party to bring the parties together and to sort of hone in on the few outstanding issues that may exist. And I think, and I hope that all unions will consider mediation seriously over the coming days. Yeah, I think it's another example that when the government, on the day the government announces a move, moving for online learning from 4 to 2 classes, providing more roadmap, implementation, more support for broadband, etc. On the very day we make a major move that is reasonable, is the same day that another union decides to escalate. And I think it's a consistent pattern that is regrettable and frustrating for parents. I share that frustration, and my message to them is I'm going to do everything I can, as I'm doing today before you, to keep kids in class and to provide a sense of predictability that I think not just that parents deserve, and of course our kids, but even the teachers too. Overwhelmingly, they want to be in class. And so my hope is some sobriety will set in and we can get a deal that provides predictability for parents. I don't want parents to be back in the same scenario like we were with CUPE. Where on Sunday night at a late hour, we're having to announce something. I think we should avoid that. And there's an opportunity today to stay at the table and to negotiate in good faith. We've met with all unions, or we will be meeting with all unions virtually, EDFO tomorrow, OSSTF yesterday, OSSTF teacher workers today, the French AFO today. I mean, we've met with them all, or we're meeting with them all in short order. The point is, we're going to continue to do our job in good faith to get deals. But I need the unions to hear this message, to be reasonable. All the parties must in this process. And I would submit that's what helped us achieve our outcome with CUPE, where we landed and got an element of predictability for teachers and for parents, and of course for kids in Ontario.
Last question. OSSTF is set to make an announcement in half an hour. You said there were talks with them yesterday. Is your concern or feeling at this point that in half an hour they're going to provide 5 days notice for some kind of job action, including potential strike?
Look, I'm not privy to what that announcement could be. What I fear is a continuous escalation by unions because, to be quite frank, history, in the history has shown that there has been escalation virtually week after week after week. And I think parents are frustrated because they know, like that kids pay the price for that escalation. When you partially withdraw service on providing some form of assessments of children through report cards, that hurts kids. When you remove an emphasis on mathematics and numeracy from professional development of our educators, that only hurts kids. And I'm asking for them to really reconsider these steps. Should they take further ones or even the existing ones? Because I think children should not have to pay the price for the differences at the table. I believe there is a pathway to get a deal. And remember that it was our government that 1 month ago got that deal with CUPE, ratified by CUPE, that kept kids in class. So we've done it before. We think we have an opportunity to do it again. But as I mentioned with the OSSTF educator workers, we provided the same deal we got with CUPE, and they effectively sort of walked away from that deal. And I think that's actually quite regrettable because parents thought that was a fair deal. It was a win-win-win proposition. We were able to achieve our objectives, for example, 1% in compensation, 1% in benefits. But they were all able to also achieve what I thought was a shared objective when it comes to reinvestments in the front lines. Over 1,000 frontline workers put into schools, particularly more EAs for kids with exceptionality. So I think it's regrettable, and I want parents to know that I share that frustration. And I'm doing everything I can. The government, the premier, every one of us is committed to getting deals that provide that sense of predictability, because we are in a cyclical reality. This story has been told before. It doesn't matter the party. The commonality here is escalation and escalating steps by unions that really and sometimes impede the continuity of learning, hurt our kids, and I just think that it is unfair to them. And so my hope is today's announcement will help move the yardstick forward. Today's announcement will demonstrate that we are reasonable and that we're focused on keeping kids in class. Thank you so much.
All right, let's get out of here. Now on to the next. Now moving on to the next. November 26th. Moving on to November 26th.
Sit still.
And then we're moving on to November 28th. And then I don't know if this will go up to November 29th. I don't know if this will do November 29th as well.
Well, let's begin with this. Both elementary and high school teachers will begin a Work to Rule campaign today. The OSSTF and EDFO say members will stop performing some admin work, but they also say it won't impact student learning right now. Teachers will not perform tasks like putting comments on report cards, attending certain meetings, and participating in standardized testing. The Work to Rule campaign comes as the unions continue tense contract talks with the provincial government.
We are back at the table this week, 2 days, and 2 days next week, and we hope that we can get a deal. But if not, then we'll have to start looking at where this is headed. But the government can certainly step up and avoid all of that within the next couple of weeks.
Students really won't notice any changes whatsoever. You know, my members won't be doing things like attending unpaid after-school staff meetings. They won't engage in professional development related to ministry initiatives. None of these things are things that are in any way visible to students. My members will continue to, of course, teach the curriculum, support students in all the ways that they do. And for those who currently already do it, they'll be continuing to volunteer, running teams, running clubs, and so forth.
Education Minister Stephen Lecce responded with a statement early this morning. Here's part of it. Quote, "It is regrettable the EDFO and the OSSTF have chosen to escalate to Work to Rule action, only hurting our children. This escalation to a partial withdrawal of services, including targeting math supports and report cards, hurts our children the most. There is a path to a deal that requires all parties to be reasonable and fair, with the needs of our children first."
All public boards have said that they would have no choice but to close all.
Queen's Park now, where the education minister Stephen Lecce is speaking. Let's listen in.
The union says that your folks didn't actually draw it up.
So we're starting to go.
We offered a deal. Yeah, we offered a deal through the mediator, which is the normative way of communicating a mechanism, given that there is a mediator present, and the deal was rejected. I think that's the bottom line. So, Mike, I'll take your last question.
There is no point at all schools will be closed.
I think, let's evaluate over the course of the days. I mean, it will be prudent in my answer, but I think the bottom line is, when you remove investment and focus on mathematics, when you remove details in the context of measuring results for kids, it's quite obvious there will be some impact. My fear is how this goes from here. There's a trajectory unions seem to be on. And that is very concerning for, I think, observers who want to see de-escalation and see the party stay at the table. And my hope is, by making significant moves, demonstrating a reasonable posture, being constructive and focused on our kids, that the unions will remain at the table, not walk away from the table or turn their backs on our kids, and not further escalate, because the singular victim of any escalation, this version or any more expanded version, are the children of this province. Thank you.
Okay, the Education Minister Stephen Lecce saying They offered a deal through the mediator. It was rejected, and that was that. Fear is how unions are going to go from here, and he hopes that they're reasonable and they stay at the bargaining table and they don't escalate, because if they escalate, the education minister says that is where the students pay the price.
Begin with this. Both elementary and high school teachers will begin to rule campaign this morning. FO say members will stop performing some admin tasks, but it will not impact student learning, apparently. Teachers will not perform tasks like putting comments on report cards, attending certain meetings, and participating in standardized testing. The Work to Rule campaign comes as unions continue tense contract talks with the provincial government. And now with the very latest, we're joined live in studio by President of Ontario Secondary School Teachers Federation, Harvey Bischoff. Harvey, good morning. Thank you for being here.
Good morning.
So months of contract talks, not much to report in the way of headway. I mean, the union's frustrated, the province is frustrated, parents are frustrated. Tell me, where do things stand this morning?
Well, we're still, unfortunately, quite a long ways apart with the government. Bear in mind, they unilaterally began to impose cuts at the start of this year and are proposing to make those cuts deeper over the next 3 years. So we already had an increase in class sizes that saw students in classes, in some cases of 40 or 45 students, saw grade 12 students who couldn't get access to the credits they needed to graduate, and the government wants to raise the average class size in each of the next 3 years.
Now, you know, Minister Lecce came out with a
I
statement
will
this morning.
start
I'm sure you
going
had a
with
chance
the
to look at it.
elementary
And, you know,
because
some of
I
the
don't
things
think
he's
they
been
did
saying
very
is, look,
heavy
we've
press
sort of pumped the brakes, so we've pulled back a little bit on some of those things like
Honestly, I
the
don't
class
think they're
sizes,
doing it
you
any
know, going from
press
28 down to 25. The e-learning credits, mandatory 4, pulling it
I
back
think
to
by
2.
this
Does that move
point
the
in
needle at all for the
2019,
union? What's the response there?
So bear in mind that 25 number is not a reduction in class size, it's an
Alexa
increase
also
from the current class
started
size.
in the
That
military
2
and
mandatory
worked rule.
e-learning credits is not a reduction in mandatory credits, it's an increase. We have no problem with voluntary e-learning. Forcing all students to take e-learning, some of whom won't have access to broadband, some of whom won't be able to afford a laptop, is, well, it's flat out discriminatory against those students. It's not helpful. And the minister turns to Alabama as his model for an e-learning program, a state that ranks 49th out of 50 in U.S. education quality.
Okay, so let's talk in the here and now. You know, it's 8:05 right now, all over the city, all over the province right now. You know, kids are on their way to school, on the school bus. How are things tangibly going to be different this morning in terms of what students will experience as they arrive at school as this Work to Rule begins?
So honestly, the student experience will be completely unaffected by what my members are withholding in terms of service. It's invisible to students. Students will still be taught in the same way they've been. They'll be supported by support staff in the same way they've been. And those of my members, and it's many of them who put in untold voluntary hours running teams and clubs and bands and so forth, will continue to do so. So the quality of education, other than the government cuts, will continue.
Minister Lecce, again, to bring him up, responding to some of these things, and he took issue with what you're saying in terms of it not affecting the quality of learning for students, saying that in particular, the no comments on the report card, saying that will affect the quality for students. What would be your response to that?
So Minister Lecce seems to be unaware of what actually happens in school, which is that my members regularly reach out to parents and keep them up to date on, you know, if a student is falling behind, needs some additional assistance or whatever. And my members invite and welcome parents to contact them to see if there's some discussion that needs to be had in terms of supporting a particular student. Comments that come out a couple times a year on report cards are, you know, I think most parents find them not terribly understandable and don't really clarify things all that much.
In terms of moving forward, talks are scheduled for tomorrow and again for Thursday. Now, if talks don't go favorably as the union review it, is there a chance that this gentle Work to Rule action could be escalated and could be sort of more heavier, more tangible effects?
There is certainly that chance, and I'll tell you
know,
why.
even if
The government unilaterally imposed cuts that are causing kids to suffer already this year. They've raised the average class sizes. They have caused the reduction of access to courses that kids need. So we're not going to have infinite patience with this ongoing negative impact on the learning environment.
And so how quickly might we see an escalation?
Well, we've got a couple days of bargaining. My sincere hope is that the government comes to the table with proposals that are good for Ontario students, good for the economy that they'll graduate into, and that we can start moving forward in a positive way.
Okay, good luck with the talks tomorrow and Thursday. We'll continue to report on them here. That is the president of the Ontario Secondary School Teachers Federation, Harvey Bischoff. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
It is Tuesday morning, 8:20. We've been telling you now for weeks about the Work to Rule campaigns officially launching this morning by the OSSTF and EDFO. Want to take you live now to EDFO President Sam Hammond, who joins us with the very latest. Sam, good morning. Thank you for doing this. So first off, tell us about what this is going to look like this morning and what the teachers have planned before they sort of all file into class together.
Well, today our 83,000 members across the province are going to take a stand for students and publicly funded education in this province. They're going to be withdrawing administrative functions, ministry and school board activities. They won't be taking part, for example, in EQAO activities or taking part in anything related to the math proficiency test. And they'll be doing that today, and we hope we can get a deal at the table with the minister as a result of these actions.
And so the message from the unions has been that this won't negatively impact students, or it won't impact their learning. The province has taken some issue with that. In particular, Education Minister Stephen Lecce put out a statement saying that he thinks this does impact student learning. What's your response to that?
Absolutely.
There also could be bots that could also.
Their learning environment. We've been very careful what we're implementing in this first phase. Because we've had the support, unprecedented support of parents across the province. We've been listening to them, and we want to keep this at this point between the Ministry of Education and school boards and not students in classrooms.
You said something there that kind of stuck out to me. You mentioned first phase. So is it safe to say that if talks don't go well tomorrow and Thursday, that this could escalate? What does phase 2 look like? How many phases are there?
Well, we're bargaining today. We'll be bargaining on Thursday. We have a couple of days next week. We hope we can get a deal. And all that requires is for the minister and his representatives to come to the table and get serious and make some investments for students in this province. If that doesn't happen, then our members across the province are prepared to do whatever they have to do over the coming weeks and months
We've been live streaming now for hours now.
to an end so that we have fair and reasonable deal for everyone involved.
Okay, so safe to say if it's at a level now in phase 1 that is not impacting students, is it safe to assume or infer that if this does escalate to phase 2, 3, 4, that it's going to get to a point where it will impact students?
At some point down the road, we haven't determined that. We haven't determined what phase 2 will look like. We don't have a specific timeline for this phase 1 or when we'll move to phase 2. But as I said, our members
by
are
this
prepared
point we would move
to do
into
whatever
phase 1.
they
So
have to
I
do
think
and
we'll
whatever we
actually
have
look
to
at
do
where
to get
EDFO
this
was.
government to be serious at the table.
EDFO was.
EDFO President Sam Hammond, we wish you luck in those talks and getting a deal done. Thanks for
Where
joining us.
Ontario Secondary School, where it will re-up, where. All right, we need back. All right, so now we need to. Now we're going right back to November 28th, 2019. So 2 days later. So 2 days later. So then where we would be essentially going up to where we were. So I think that would be the last one. So I think later in the month talks do break down. So yeah. Here You know what? Just let it load. It will restart the hearing. Yeah, well, until it restarts.
We begin with breaking news. High school teachers across the province are preparing to hold a
We're now in the
one-day
hour
strike
3
on
of our
Wednesday,
coverage.
December 4th. The union announced the move, saying they are left no choice but to escalate job action. The one-day strike will include a full withdrawal of services unless a deal is reached. CP24's Miranda Anthistle joining us live now with more. And Miranda, the president of the union, says that the government brought nothing new to the table.
That's right, and this comes after months of bargaining, months of talks, Jackie. But Harvey Bischoff, who joins us right now, you mentioned that this has been a very tough process, and you've never seen anything like this in decades in terms of the bargaining. Can you tell us what has been so difficult, what has been so tough?
Well, bear in mind, this government made unilateral cuts to education before we even got to the bargaining table. It's not that they brought strips to the bargaining table, it's rather that they announced on March 15th their intention to cut 1 out of 4 teachers out of the system, to cut support staff out of the system, to provide assistance for our highest needs and at-risk students. They went to the legislature and created legislated a cap on aspect of bargaining compensation that interferes with what can be negotiated. All of those things mean that the government is not bargaining in faith. They're trying to leverage cuts in service to students against the bargaining table, and it's made it enormously difficult.
You were in talks earlier today, but what happened when the government came to the table? What did they propose?
So today, bargaining on behalf of our teachers, the government came to the table with not a single proposal. We are more than 7 months into a process where we served notice to bargain back on April 29th. We had given a signal through a very limited withdrawal of service.
I think at that point, schools around the province
were involved in that. That we, my members were growing impatient with this ongoing erosion of the education system.
Also, they
And the
began
government responded
expanding
today with nothing. I've almost never seen anything like it.
What are the sticking points in these talks? We know we've spoken about wages, class sizes. What are the main ones that it just can't get to an agreement on?
So despite the minister's repeated claims that somehow compensation is the singular issue interfering with getting a deal, in fact, we have significant problems with staffing for both support staff and teachers, for security of the work that those people do so they can continue to support our students. The government's proposing the elimination of all class size caps. So any class would have as many students as you could literally jam into it, and they would just take the guide rails off that decision making. They're still proposing mandatory e-learning and pointing to Alabama, a state with 49th out of 50 quality of education in the U.S. as a model. They still want to use our high school students as guinea pigs in that untried experiment. So there are a lot of very significant issues separating this.
The government would say it has made some concessions in terms of the class sizes. Instead of 28, they're going down to 25. In terms of the mandatory e-learning, instead of 4 courses, they've gone down to 2. Is your union willing to compromise a little to meet them halfway?
So those are not concessions on the government's part. They're still significantly worse than the situation we find ourselves in right now. So last year, average class size was 22. This year, average class size is 22.5. They're still talking about increasing the average class size to 25. This year alone, we had students in classes, because that's an average, classes of 40 and more students. And because that means that there are teachers who have left the system with the courses that they teach, it means that there are kids who can't get access to the classes they need. So we had grade 12 students who were lacking the credits they needed to graduate. So those aren't improvements that they've proposed. Interested in education status quo last year. Any movement towards the government on our part right now would just be an erosion of the quality of education.
We know it was on Tuesday that the partial withdrawal of services began, and they're largely administrative. And the union said, you said that this wouldn't impact students, but obviously a walkout next week is going to. So what do you want students and parents to know about this decision that you come to today?
That it has a short-term impact, and there is the certainty right now that the very next day my members will be back at work providing service to students. I want students and parents to know that we're fighting for the quality of education, as we always have, but in this case against a government that is so determined and has already begun to erode the system. My members just don't, they just don't want to allow that to happen to the students that they serve diligently every single day.
Thank you so much, President of the OSSTF. And Jackie, we know that the walkout is going to take place on Wednesday of next week, but the union says they are still willing to speak with the government and it could come to an agreement before then. But if not, it's next Wednesday, a one full day walkout with full withdrawal of services. We'll send it back to you.
Okay, Miranda, thank you.
Died from the procedure.
She passed away a month after my surgery.
E.T. Rosenthal was arrested, pled guilty to serving
Okay, the
6
head of the
years
Ontario
in
Secondary School Teachers Federation now speaking with the media. Let's listen in.
Is still dealing with
Significantly far apart. Yesterday, we bargained on behalf of our support. Yesterday morning, 7 months after we'd served notice to bargain, the management side came with a trivial proposal around creating a committee having to do with benefits. We were treated after that to a straight-faced explanation from the Crown why deputy ministers who make over $200,000 a year only deserve a 14% increase, while my support staff members, the majority of whom average $38,000 a year, don't deserve to keep up with the cost of living. We inquired about the Crown's claim that they had and the minister's claim that compensation was singularly the obstacle to getting a deal. It was clear that they hadn't tabled the QP deal. It was equally clear that compensation is not, by any means, the singular obstacle to getting a deal. Finally, at 5:20 p.m. yesterday, the QP deal was tabled by the government, demonstrating, of course, that it hadn't been tabled last week, as the minister repeatedly claimed. As quickly as we could, we provided them with a response and invited them to get down to bargaining. They told us they weren't prepared to respond to us yesterday. They also told us that the way to ensure additional staffing, support staff who provide assistance to our highest needs, to at-risk students, the way to ensure that they were in schools was to accept wholesale the QP deal, bargained at a different table for different members. Bear in mind that before bargaining even began, this government unilaterally cut support staff, unilaterally cut services, and then they told us the way to get those services back was to try to bargain them back. In other words, they leveraged students' educational experience at the bargaining table. They unilaterally eroded the quality of education before we even got to the bargaining table. When the minister talks about being the one looking out for students, the evidence is entirely the opposite. Today, we came to bargain on behalf of teachers in the 8th month of bargaining. What the Crown brought to the table today was absolutely nothing. Not one single proposal to place on the table, even after we had begun a very mild withdrawal of services and some political action. It was clear that they were utterly unprepared to bargain. The Crown continues to insist on raising average class sizes by 14%. The minister continues to characterize this increase as an improvement. The fact is, class sizes last year, average class sizes were 22 to 1. Fact is, this year they're 22.5 to 1, and the minister is still proposing that they rise to 25 to 1 over the next 3 years.
But I think they rose to
This year alone, at 22.5 to 1, students have been unable to get access to the courses they need, sometimes the courses that grade 12 students need to graduate. Grade 10 students haven't had access to enough courses to fill a timetable. Students have been jammed into classes of 40 or more students. That's the result of 22.5 to 1, and the minister wants to go to 25. At the same time they tabled 25 to 1, they tabled language that would eliminate the class size caps, the maximum that any class could be.
In other words, what they're saying is any individual class could have as many students as could physically be jammed into it, and they would simply remove the guide rails from decision-making on what makes for a quality education environment for students. They continue to insist on mandatory e-learning. The 2 mandatory e-learning courses they're talking about now is not an improvement. It is worse than the mandatory e-learning classes that currently exist. There's a place for e-learning. It is not a place for mandatory e-learning. And the minister continues to point to Alabama as his model for this program. Alabama, a state that ranks 49th out of 50 in terms of American education quality. We're proposing that we form a work group to sit down and look at the possibilities and the potential pitfalls in e-learning before we use our high school students as guinea pigs in this untried experiment.
The Union Winter Rink has opened at Union Station.
It's not that the government came to the table to try to bargain strips. They unilaterally imposed those strips before bargaining even got going. They stripped class sizes, they stripped support staff out of the system, they stripped students access to the assistance they need to be successful. The erosion of education is happening now, and we can't wait any longer for this to continue. We've been driven to this action. The minister has been unwilling to listen to
Who's texting you, Dad?
unwilling to listen to the polls. He's been unwilling to listen to students, and they've continued to push on.
Well, what are they talking
For that
about?
reason, on Wednesday, December the 4th, OSSTF members under the School Board's Collective Bargaining Act will take a one-day walkout, a full withdrawal of services, and they will return to their work, their classrooms, and the other work that they do on December the 5th. This is intended to draw attention, further attention, to this government's destructive cuts to the education system. We've heard the minister talk a lot about uncertainty. Well, here's the certainty that we can give. We'll be back in classes, back in schools on December the 5th. We're talking about a one-day walkout. What causes real uncertainty is being a grade 12 student who can't get access to a credit that you need to graduate to get into the post-secondary program of your choice. What causes real uncertainty is being a student with special needs who's lost access to the support staff that give them an equitable chance at success. That's real, and that's long-term uncertainty. The minister will claim that we've fought with governments and all strikes.
Is number one in
And there's
steals
some
in the
truth to that.
NBA, and he has been a main
Every
part of
time
the
a government has come to raid the education budget line, to spend that money on other priorities like tax cuts for wealthy friends, or more recently, $230 million on the cancellation of green energy projects, we've defended quality of education. As educators, we've taken an absolutely non-partisan approach to the defense of the public education system.
I think this is very important. I took a week off.
At this point, I'll be happy to take questions.
I did a live stream.
Trevor Gleason was in the second season as an assistant coach with the Raptors, following 8 years as head coach in the Australian National Basketball League. For the Aussie legend,
All of our members who are employed by school boards will be off the jobs on December the 4th.
What has the last year been?
Unless, and I'll just finish that question, unless we can reach a tentative agreement before December the 4th. Today's Thursday. We're required to give 5 days notice. We've given 6 days notice, which will help parents plan a little bit more for a possible disruption. And there's time to reach a deal. This minister has demonstrated that he reacts only to pressure. We hope he responds appropriately now and starts to table measures that are good for the education system.
Practice on employer.
No, I'm miles apart from that, so maybe back in
So
the
I'm doing my live
5 days
now.
notice minimum.
Well, I'm doing my live stream right now. You guys want to sit along and watch me
Have at
read
very least 5 days.
We decided So where things were saying last year, I'm
It's
going to be
about
going
quality of
over
education.
this happening.
They're talking about
week
increased
over
class sizes, no caps on class sizes, reduction of support staff. One school board in East Ontario, 50% of its professional student services personnel, child and youth work with the most students. So
I
the
think we're
sticking
gonna
point
go
is
up
quality of
to,
education. We need
so
appropriate
this
staffing,
week,
not the sole sticking point, a significant one. It's quality of education. We need appropriate staffing in order to provide students with the services they need to give them an equitable chance at success.
He always took the time to write out the answers, talk to me about how many games he had.
This is like no bargaining process I've seen in 30 years in the Federation. Because while the minister talks about good faith bargaining, they unilaterally imposed cuts before getting to the table. They unilaterally went to the legislature and passed legislation that interferes with our right to free collective bargaining. And then he runs around talking about good faith bargaining. It's the exact opposite of that. It has driven into the bargaining table, and absolutely, these are the most draconian cuts to the education system. Bear in mind, on March the 15th, the then Minister of Education proposed cutting 1 out of 4 high school teachers out of the system in Ontario. We've not seen something like this in my time.
The busy winter travel season has yet to begin, but already reports of delays and congestion at Pearson. Why some passengers had to wait more than 2 hours for their luggage and how.
Yeah, so I understand the anxiety that they're feeling. I'm a parent myself, and so I get that at an absolutely gut level. It's why we tried to give as much notice as we could. First thing we wanted to do was let bargaining play out. When it became evident that the government had no place useful to move yesterday and had no proposals whatsoever today, we thought, let's get the word out as quickly as possible. It's a single day, which could be preempted by reaching a tentative agreement before that. I understand it will, I don't minimize the difficulties it will create, certainly for some parents. We hope that the planning time allows them some comfort in terms of preparation for that. And frankly, we hope it can be averted before we get to that stage.
Now save up to 60% in store, or better yet, save up to 70% online with free delivery on all online area rug orders during our Black Friday
Nothing's off the
Cyber
table
Sale.
down the line,
Choose from
and
modern,
we would always
traditional,
provide
and transitional area
appropriate
rugs, all up to
notice of
70%
that.
off
At
while
this
supplies
time,
last.
we're still trying to create what is essentially political pressure to get this government to see
Are they after this late school starts?
They don't want their students, their children to lose access to support staff. They don't want mandatory e-learning, as they've been very clear about. So this is meant to raise the political attention on these cuts, and we hope that further action is not necessary.
Next off, they make progress on your concerns about class size.
Courageous children who face the unimaginable. Here, there is no naughty or nice. There's only
Let me say, first of all, the members aren't interested in compromising on quality of education, and secondly, when it comes to the compensation proposal that we put forward after 7 years of falling behind, year by year.
We have not seen a lot of
We
it.
put forward a proposal that would simply have them keep pace with inflation. We're not talking about a catch-up. We're talking about a steady state from here forward, so that next year they're paid in real terms what they're paid this year. What that would mean as well, and the benefit of that, is that we could, if we put that in place in a structural way, take compensation, wrangling about compensation off the table in future rounds of collective bargaining. We could get to the table and talk about those things specifically that are good for students and good for the quality of education in Ontario. So our proposal has a lot of benefits, and it has benefits particularly for the education system, and that's why we put it forward.
Or stream City News 24/7 live with Prime Video. City News
Here's a contract. Here's everything that you wanted to. Class sizes.
one person is in hospital.
We started going through this second by second.
First of all, if you have the ability to negotiate with me, then and to sign that deal, that's a different matter. You don't, and so I'm not going to do that kind of negotiation
directly through the media. But I would say, secondly, we've put forward an entirely reasonable proposal, and absolutely, my answer remains the same. I look at my members who are making $38,000 a year and trying to understand why they're the ones on whose backs the deficit should be eliminated, when deputy ministers who make over $200,000 a year get a 14% increase. No apologies for that approach.
The change is aimed at shrinking stigma around the virus. After months of consultations and
we've never left the table, despite the minister's claims to the contrary and his implications otherwise. We are prepared to be at the table anytime they're prepared to be. Bear in mind, we were at the table today and they passed us precisely nothing. But that doesn't mean that we won't go back to the table. We'll be happy to set future dates. We'll have that discussion, at the next opportunity.
The WHO says since
we don't have dates set right now, but that's not because anybody has walked away from the table. We simply haven't sat down with our calendars and set the next dates.
Where monkeypox is not endemic and primarily among gay and bisexual men, scientists have been pushing
yesterday for my support staff.
Yes. The original term was criticized for adding to racial and sexual stigmatization. The WHO says it's hoped the name Mpox would minimize any ongoing.
The education minister has announced massive cuts to the quality of education, reductions in staffing, reductions in the number of caring professionals who work in our schools.
And by this point,
Yesterday, the education minister talked about an anti-bullying program as if paperwork is going to prevent bullying, when in fact it's people who prevent bullying. We have proposed a status quo to last year's quality of education position. Everything that was when it comes to quality of education is status quo just to last year. So I would ask people, go to bargainingforeducation.ca and see who is making reasonable and who's making unreasonable proposals when it comes to properly supporting our students and giving them a chance at pursuing the futures that they want to pursue.
Melissa Duggan, City News.
Next.
Thank you for your time.
Well, here's something you don't hear every day. A popular big box
Breaking news here on CP24. The president of the Ontario Secondary School Teachers Federation updating that union's next steps in terms of job action. He says that on Wednesday, December 4th, OSSTF members will take a one-day walkout. They will return to work on December 5th. He says this is to draw attention to the government's cuts to the education system. He says this will happen unless a tentative agreement happens before then. And he says there is still time to reach a deal. There is an escalation in this job action currently. As of this week, members holding information pickets outside of schools, also withdrawing some services, including not commenting on report cards, not participating in EQAO testing. The president here saying that the government today brought absolutely nothing to the table. As bargaining continues, not a single proposal. He says the government is still proposing a 14% hike to class sizes and is insisting on mandatory e-learning. Of course, we're following this breaking news very closely here on CP24, an escalation to job action by OSSTF members. They say on Wednesday, December 4th, they will take a one-day walkout, a full withdrawal of services. They will return to work on December 5th. At 4:30, we are expecting to hear from the Minister of Education, Stephen Lecce, and of course, we will bring that to you live here on CP24.
These guys have found here's a plan.
Are very, even my guy, he got very old videos. He goes back to 28 back to
air fryers have revolutionized
2019, for instance. So I think the next sort of video will be December 3rd. Will be on December the 3rd. December 3rd.
Making food both crispy and tender. The heavy-duty cast aluminum grill gives barbecue-like results.
Too long in one day strike. So here we go.
Two other innovations.
So this is the next round of dispute. So this is the next round of labor disputes for this round. This is the next height.
Roger Southern joins us in person to talk about the day's top business stories and return. We have talked about soaring inflation over the last year, but one retailer faced to now we're looking to lower prices.
Welcome news, Erica. IKEA. Swedish production guy cut prices, Erica, on some of their big popular products. And this is a reversal of what IKEA's been doing. I mean, for the balance of the year, I feel like many retailers have been hiking prices to keep up with these surging input costs. They're now starting to ease, and IKEA pass on those savings to
That's so awesome. Here's the breaking board.
it's down again. Shipping costs have also
Good evening and thanks for joining us live here on CP24 as we continue to follow breaking news. We are live at the Sheridan Center downtown. A midnight deadline set by the High School Teachers Union has come and gone, and now we are awaiting for official word from the OSSTF, the Ontario Secondary School Teachers Federation, that they are moving ahead with a one-day strike. Again, looking at live images inside that room inside the hotel, that there in the center of your screen is the president of the OSSTF, Harvey Bischoff, who we've heard from several times this evening, and throughout this entire bargaining process, looks as though they are getting up from the table, the bargaining table, talks no longer happening, and they are walking out of the room with cameras in tow. Unclear at this point if we're going to get official word from them in front of the cameras as to what exactly is going to happen if in fact this strike is happening and teachers are walking off the job, but all signs point to that being the case. Let's go live to CP24's Kayla Williams, who is there in the Sheridan Center, standing by waiting for that official word. Kayla.
Yeah, and according to Harvey Bischoff, as well as representatives from the union, Jackie, we're not going to hear an official media announcement from Mr. Bischoff or representatives of the union now that the deadline has officially passed. They expected this. They said to prepare for this strike, and here we are. So now tomorrow morning, a one-day strike will be held. All schools across the province will walk off the job, meaning no school for thousands and
So
thousands
meaning
of
exactly
students,
after
as
the
well as
November 28th,
preparations for
all
parents
school
that
boards
were
within the
impacted by
province,
this.
are we?
Now, it has been
All
very
school
tumultuous
boards,
last several
including some of the
days and months
boards,
between both
all
sides of
school
this as they
boards,
continue to bargain. But
all
unfortunately,
the
no
public school
agreement
boards
was
have said that
made
they would be
tonight
forced to
before
close
that
their
12 midnight deadline. And so moving forward now, a lot of uncertainty, to be quite honest, as we now look ahead to this strike. It is lasting for just one day, but what will happen moving forward is the big question next, and we will wait to find that out. But for now, we'll hand it back inside to you, Jackie.
Okay, and Kayla, just want to read a tweet for our viewers from Harvey Bischoff, who again is the president of the Ontario Secondary School Teachers Federation, tweeting just seconds ago. Sadly, the bargaining team, the government bargaining team, chose not to meet with us in the days leading up to our strike deadline. Our one-day job action will occur. OSSTF education workers and teachers will be back in schools Thursday. We remain ready to negotiate. So that is the official word then from the Ontario Secondary School Teachers Federation. One of the many school boards that this strike, one-day strike, will impact is, of course, the Toronto District School Board, and we have spokesperson for the board, Ryan Bird, on the line with us right now with more details on what parents and teachers as well as students should know for tomorrow. Ryan, thanks for joining us. What's the latest from your advantage or your vantage point?
Good morning, Jackie. Yeah, what we have told parents since last week when OSSTF first announced this one-day job action tomorrow is that we would have no other choice but to close all secondary schools to students if there was indeed a walkout. Now that we do have official word from OSSTF, we can then now confirm that all TDSB secondary schools will be closed to students tomorrow.
Aircraft-related jobs. It's a 35% increase. The hiring campaign began last year, but that still leaves them at about 82%.
Welcome back with us, Education Minister Stephen Lecce. Now OSSTF President Harvey Bischoff is speaking. Let's listen in.
Accompanying me are elected members of the OSSTF Provincial Executive and local representatives of support staff and teachers from around the province who have been here with us for the last couple of days.
So I've been doing this.
We came to a hotel on Saturday morning 4 days ago with hope that the government would finally move forward with proposals that are good for Ontario's students. Over 4 days of bargaining, the Ford government did not forward a single proposal to secure quality of education for Ontario's students. Not a single proposal to protect class sizes. Not a single proposal to ensure students have access to the support staff that some of them require to be successful. In fact, over 4 days since Saturday morning, not a single proposal. This with a strike deadline set for midnight tonight. This days after government consultation results were leaked and showed categorically that parents aren't interested in larger class sizes, they aren't interested in mandatory e-learning, and the minister claims to be listening to parents. This on the very day the minister claims to have made a proposal, a claim that was refuted by a neutral mediator. Last week the government presented us with what they developed.
All right, yeah, I'm. I'm actually going to leave a little early. Or I'm gonna cut a little off right now, so I just let everybody know I am going to be going off to get some pizza. So we'll resume when we get back. Let me see how long this one is.
Good evening, everyone.
Line providing housing in our area. Our municipalities, they have the expertise, they have the background, they've been doing it for decades. And to not
I'm escaping. I've got a head start. Dylan can't catch up. There he doesn't run. I'm gonna get away. Daddy needs to be free to run wild and free amongst the stories.
Well, I let everyone know that the hurricane I could get 3-hour live stream. I'm doing this for 3 hours. It's really 4 hours, one line. Recapping, where we've been saying in the last round of party. And we doing these right out. Talk about the market. Like, there will be videos that we're gonna come back to. You're waiting to send me in flight.
Hi, Dylan.
Here I come. I'm gonna turn off your live stream right now.
Oh, Harold, I didn't get that. I just checked it right now. I'm sorry, Cuddles.
Well, I'm gonna do it now.
Why? What?
I don't think you actually did. Come on. Oh, wait, no, it's this camera that's on. Joe's camera is on, he just hit it. No, no live stream. I am disapproving, Dad, and I disapprove of this live stream. What do you think of that?
Dylan, what do you think of that? Sometimes one asks themselves why.
Why?
This is steamer, this is cream, this is no longer.
Welcome to heard from Edmund Lecce. Now OSSTF President Harvey Bischoff is speaking. Let's listen in.
We are alternative teachers from our been here with us for the last couple of days. You know, we came to the hotel on Saturday morning 4 days ago with hope that the government would finally move forward with proposals that are good for Ontario's students. Over 4 days of bargaining, the Ford government did not forward a single proposal to secure quality of education for Ontario students. Not a single proposal to protect class sizes. Not a single proposal to ensure students have access to the support staff that some of them require to be successful. In fact, over 4 days since Saturday morning, not a single proposal. This with a strike deadline set for midnight tonight. This days after government consultation results were leaked and showed categorically that parents aren't interested in larger class sizes. They aren't interested in mandatory e-learning, and the minister claims to be listening to parents. This on the very day the minister claims to have made a proposal, a claim that was refuted by a neutral mediator. You know, last week the government presented us with what they defined as a term sheet with regard to support staff bargaining. We responded within a matter of hours and have heard nothing back since. Last week, we presented to the government a term sheet with regard to occasional teacher bargaining and have heard nothing back since.
Are you done?
Minister Lecce has just said they have put us in this position. On March the 15th, the previous education minister announced the government's intention to slash 1 out of 4 high school teachers from the system, to slash thousands of support staff, to impose mandatory e-learning on students. On June the 5th, they introduced legislation to interfere with free collective bargaining, and the minister claims that we put them in this position. The claim's outrageous. Tomorrow, OSSTF support staff and teachers will be on a strike for 1 day unless between now and midnight the government comes forward with proposals that get us to a tentative agreement. So in the absence of any other announcement, in the absence of any update, prepare for a strike tomorrow. We'll be back in class on Thursday, providing the services and supports that we do, that my members do for students all across the province every single day. And our purpose and our understanding is that while we sympathize absolutely with students and parents who are facing disruption and anxiety, a single day's strike doesn't come close to the kind of disruption that this government will wreak on the education system if they're allowed to go forward with their destructive proposals. They will create a system that we will not recognize, and they will trash the internationally renowned education system that Ontario has. A system that we just saw with results from the PISA international assessments that came out overnight ranks exceptionally well nationally and internationally. That's the system we're working to defend. It's a system our members want us to defend, and we are maintaining proposals that are good for Ontario students and supported by Ontario's parents. Thanks, I'll take questions.
Wait, who is that?
Yeah, I wish the minister talks about these things. So we made proposals on behalf of our support staff 62 days ago. That was the first time that our proposals hit the table. On behalf of our teachers 64 days ago. So this 200-day number that he's quoting relates to absolutely nothing real. We have made some incremental changes in some minor language. Bear in mind, it's the government that's proposed cuts and actually imposed cuts already this school year. Any move we make on things like class size would be a move to erode the quality of education, and my members have told me they're not interested in going down that road.
Well, given what's going on, I think that's not a reasonable request.
I can suck it.
He got sick with the flu, and he got a sinus infection.
Was that happening before COVID? I think so.
So recall what I just said about the minister in numbers. That 1.5 billion number bears no relation. Investment would keep line with inflation after 7 years of falling behind inflation. Would amount to something a little over $200 million in a 3-year collective agreement. Still a big number, I'm sure. It's nothing like the $1.5 billion that the minister likes to quote, but for the minister to claim that that is the significant stumbling block on the table when there are so many quality of education issues that are coming between us right now, when they're still proposing raising class sizes from the current 22.5 to 25, when they're still talking about going from the current 0 mandatory e-learning courses to 2 mandatory e-learning courses, and when he's pointing to Alabama, a state that ranks 49th out of 50 as a model for his e-learning program, we have significant quality of education issues that remain at the table. And he is simply trying to inflame the situation when he talks about compensation. And it really, I think it's beneath the Minister of the Crown to conduct himself that way. And it certainly doesn't advance negotiations.
What did you actually think of the situation that just took place, coming out and appealing to you guys in a press conference versus having a
Yeah, I mean, the minister has done all of his work in press conferences. I've been here at the hotel for the last 4 days waiting for a proposal from this government. The minister engages in stunts. Bear in mind, they were the ones that imposed on the system before this started. They're not just proposing for a new collective agreement. Those cuts have already begun. They have interfered with free collective bargaining, and now he wants to get to a podium hours before a strike deadline and ask us to call off the strike. It doesn't advance things whatsoever. He should be focusing on putting proposals on the table that are good for students, something that they didn't manage to do one single time in the last 4 days.
Did you reject mediation?
When the minister, again at a press conference, asked us to engage in mediation, I think 2 weeks ago approximately, we immediately agreed. And within 24 hours, we had an independent a neutral mediator at the table. She's been with us at the table every single bargaining session since we agreed to have her there. So I just can't begin to understand what the minister is talking about.
So we learned right now that in fact no proposal was sent to you this morning.
That's
and as you have been saying this entire time, that in fact, like he's just saying to come up with some sort of an idea of what you want. Is there any type of idea that you can come up with, any type of adjustment that you can make in the next 2.5 hours?
The odds are sadly slim for that to be the case. We had 4 days where they could have come forward with proposals, where they could have responded to the proposals that we made last week. And they simply came forward with nothing. And I mean, that's why I say absent another announcement, people should understand that come midnight, my members will be on strike.
The minister also brought up the fact that there was a mediator used to create a deal or to find a deal for QP. He used that as an example. So at this point now, what would it take for both parties to come together and sort something out?
We have a mediator at the table. We agreed to having a mediator at the table. But the most important thing the government needs to do in order for us to begin to make headway in bargaining is take the strips off the table, take the cuts off the table, stop levering children's education environment and education quality against the bargaining table, and then we'd have an opportunity to move forward in a way that secures quality of education.
Were you aware that Stephen Lecce was going to do a newser, and if not, how did you find out?
As most of the things I find out about the government's next move, I heard it through the media, and no, there was no communication with the minister.
Do you think it's unusual that he had this news conference when he had nothing substantive to offer us?
Not unusual for this minister. If those are all your questions, thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. My message to parents on the eve of job action is that our government has remained reasonable at the negotiating table with the objective of keeping students in class. I'm calling on OSSTF this evening to cancel strike action tomorrow, to continue bargaining and to reach a deal that keeps kids in class. Notre gouvernement est résolu à ce que les enfants puissent continuer à aller en classe. It is irresponsible and it is unfair to keep parents and students in the dark about knowing if school will be open tomorrow or not. I want OSSTF to commit to exploring all options available, including independent third-party mediation, so that we can resolve this situation, so that we can ensure kids remain in class in this province. I'm affirming my commitment to examining innovative solutions to avoid a strike, and I'm open to a framework that achieves our goal of reaching a deal that keeps students in the classroom of this province. It has been over 200 days since we first started bargaining with OSSTF, and in that time, they have not made any substantive moves since their first proposal was tabled. Not one move since that proposal was tabled. Now, even while the government has made enhanced efforts, there is no indication that OSSTF intends to make any moves, except to reaffirm their insistence on a $1.5 billion increase in pay and benefits. Now, the onus is on OSSTF to be reasonable, to stay at the table, and to cancel this needless escalation that is hurting children, parents, and families in this province. I'll take a few questions.
So, Mr. Lecce, are we talking about talks having broken off? Can you be more clear here? Are you walking away from this now?
We remain at the table. Our negotiators are working through the mediator. As you know, I've called tonight on the OSSTF to invoke and to support a third-party mediator, the same type of mediator we use with the CUPE deal. In that deal, we used a third-party option, the talents of a third-party mediator that helped bring all the parties together, and we sought and we got a voluntary agreement that was good for parents that ultimately kept their kids in class. That's what I'm asking to do. Two things. In good faith, how is it possible? How is it possible for parents watching today that their children may be out of class tomorrow when you know and we know that there's a viable pathway to get a deal through an independent mediator, that at least they could help bridge the gap? And we use this precise mediator, or the independent mediation with CUPE, and we got a deal. And the fact is, tomorrow, they have said that they plan to strike, a strike they have decided on their volition, on their terms, escalating at their will even though we all know that there is a medium, a mechanism that could actually help bridge the gap of the legitimate differences that may exist at the table. That is irresponsible. And I think parents in this province deserve to know the facts related that they have an option. And I'm hoping in the coming hours that they will in good faith consider that option and cancel this needless strike.
Mr. Lecce, you keep saying that they are just focusing on the money. And yes, you are wide apart, $750 million apart, in fact. But they are saying they're also fighting to preserve class sizes, which they say you're trying to balloon to 25. They also say that you are trying to force children to do e-learning, and they say you have never done any studies on this, that you're using our kids as guinea pigs, because not all children will necessarily do well in an online learning scenario. Yeah. So you keep focusing on the money. They say they're focusing on the kids in the classroom. So can you tell us, you obviously appear very, very apart here.
Yeah, look, I think what it demonstrates is that we've made significant moves. I made an announcement, for example, last week or about a week and a half ago on online learning. That was dismissed from 4 to 2. When we made an announcement with respect to classroom size to go from 20 to 25, that was dismissed. And we have seen the continuity here, the consistency, to be quite frank, is that we've made some pretty serious moves. We're also maintaining the lowest classroom sizes in the nation for the earliest years of learning, where there's evidence that underpins the importance of that. And so with respect, the government has consistently and systematically been reasonable. Our posture is focused on our kids. And with respect, framing that question to suggest that our focus is on numbers.
You've been talking about money. That's all you ever talk about. In every interview I've heard, you talk about this $1.5 billion. You do not mention that they talk about the classroom sizes. You do not mention the e-learning.
Yes, the rationale for me talking about that $1.5 billion request or insistence by the union is because in my estimation, that is the fundamental wedge at the table. And
that is not the only wedge at the table, that they're concerned about the kids.
Yes, and my point in short is that when we've made significant moves on classroom sizes, on online learning, and a variety of other announcements we made, they have rejected them. And more importantly, when they've had we've started this process of negotiating. Sorry, I just want to finish the thought, if I may. For over 200 days, we have been negotiating. Since the first day they tabled their proposal, they have not changed their proposal at all. How is it reasonable that for this entire process, for the entire process of negotiating, folks, they have not made a single substantive change in their position? And when we look at it, allow me to use a proof point of how it is so much about compensation for OSSTF. A month ago, as you will know, in this hotel, we got I think, important voluntary agreement for CUPE. These are education workers, the folks who, custodial staff and EAs for kids with exceptionality. They work hard. We got to deal with them. This government got a good deal with labor at 1%, by the way, which is the objective we seek. When we proposed and literally tabled last week an enhanced offer, or rather tabled an offer to OSSTF to their education workers, the exact same workers with the exact same job description in virtually the exact same schools and sometimes the same municipalities, they swiftly rejected it. To assert it isn't about compensation is preposterous. It often is when the context of these discussions, and the one is an experience that all the parties, Democrat, liberals, and conservatives face process, is omnipresent escalation by unions. We had Ray in the gallery yesterday, in the legislature. Premier Ford, Premier Wynne, Kathleen Wynne, but the member is still not values. Parents to be true. Just take a few more.
I would like some clarification actually on the negotiation. Because you're asking the union right now to sit down and negotiate with you. I'm being told that that happened today. In fact, they did not receive the proposal you said was sent to them. I'm being told that the mediator, in fact, told them that no proposal was sent.
Yeah. What we've asked, we've encouraged to be, I think, more accurate in we've asked for an issue. I've asked the parties to bring forth any innovative option they may have
By parties, you mean the union an innovative option? So in fact, you didn't present them a deal.
We offered them an opportunity, again, in the final hours of this discussion. I asked them through our mediator, in good faith, If you don't like the option we have proposed, now keep in mind, we have made various amendments to our plan. We have expanded our plan. We've improved our plan swiftly. So in the absence of accepting our options through the media, we're encouraging that the union, OSS, to bring forth areas. One of our major moves from online moving to the announcement on online learning to class. We say, oh, you don't like this meeting.
It was a proposal, so that sounds a little bit different than that's just it's a proposal. You made sort of amendments to something that was done a few weeks ago, but that wasn't the case.
Well, last week we did actually make a proposal at the table. We did an offer with education workers, and it was rejected. We also announced a week and a half ago online learning changes, and that was dismissed. So the fact is, what I've called on them for months, and I've reaffirmed it so clearly today publicly and at the table through the mediator, to be fair, is for them to, within the frame, within the sort of knowing the priorities of all the parties, that if you don't like our option, bring forth your own. But both can't be true. How is it that now, hours before a potential strike, a strike cause, in large part, they've chosen to escalate irrespective of the government? How is it that fair that they reject our options but present none of their options? The only option they've presented is the first option they tabled, where they've seen no substantive move since this process began. And I think that is unfair. And I think if you're going to escalate tomorrow to a one-day strike, my message to the union in good faith is to seriously consider independent mediation, which has worked for the government and worked for our kids. And I'm hoping that they will do so, that they will say, upon sober reflection in the coming hours, that they should be looking at every option available and they will cancel the strike. We should not be in this position. You know, we may disagree in good faith, and it's very possible that the parties will viciously disagree on the issues. And that's the nature of negotiations, of pressurized environments. It's the nature of our democracy.
Why are you pushing forward this agenda of e-learning, though, and online courses when you've never contested it?
But the point is, how is it fair that under both scenarios can be true for the union? They don't like the proposals we have offered, but concurrently they have not brought forth an option when we have strongly recommended them to do so or encouraged them to do so. So I think it is frustrating, and I'm asking them.
That they put forward before, what they're saying that they want, isn't that their option that they're bringing forward?
They have tabled, when at the beginning of this process, we started negotiating. They have tabled some months ago a proposal which has not moved at all. And I think if you're an observer, if you're parents, you're saying, look, I think all the parties have to be a bit reasonable here to get a deal. I think
you've been telling us they're very concerned about education, and they're concerned about e-learning, and they're concerned about growing classroom sizes. So a lot of the parents that we've spoken to side very strongly with the teachers. What do you say in response to those parents?
Well, it is this government that is investing more in public education than any government in the history of Ontario. We are on track to spend $1.2 billion more this year than we did last year, more money in public education than any premier in the history of this province. We've increased mental health funding to the highest levels, more than doubled it for our most vulnerable children in class. You know, we've produced a $200 million four-year math strategy to increase math scores after they plummeted, respectfully, after the former Liberal government, if I could just finish the thought. We've increased investments in special education at the highest levels, in transportation, in French language, in First Nation education, the highest levels ever recorded. We are investing in public education because we believe in the potential of our young people. However, in a choice of a world of finite resources, you know, there's only so many tax dollars. There may be other political parties that want to increase taxes, but amongst the options of the resources before us, my preference, and I would argue the parents you speak to, because the ones I'm speaking to are saying, fight to put more money in my kid's class, fight to put more money in my child's future. They're not asking me to advance a $1.5 billion compensation increase.
They're also not asking for larger classroom sizes or e-learning.
Can I just ask, so we're getting a note from the president of OSSTF, and they're calling this a stunt, saying that you are bargaining in front of the media, that this isn't good faith bargaining. What do you have to say to that?
You know, I'm calling on the union to stop making this about me or the president. I'm asking them to make it about our kids. And
Why do it to the media?
well, to be fair, we have, through the mediator today, encouraged them to bring forth options. That was dismissed. For 200 consecutive days to this process, they've not moved on their position. And I think it is only reasonable to say that the ball is in their court. They have put us in this position, in this deadline bargaining with a deadline of midnight. And parents now have to make a choice. And I think my position, quite clearly to the union, is choose the viable option. There is a tool in the toolkit. And if they care about our kids, like I know so many of our teachers do, and so many of the parents of their province care for their children, if we all could put our kids first, we will turn to every option available to the government, to the unions, to the trustees, and get a deal through a mediator that has worked for this government and worked for the children of this province. Thank you.
And while talks continue inside the Sheridan Centre tonight, some parents and students showed their support for teachers outside. CP24's Kayla Williams is covering that side of this story for us tonight. Kayla.
Jackie, good evening. And we are here just outside of the Sheridan Hotel where, as you mentioned, negotiations continue between the union representing the OSSTF as well as the Ontario government. But at this time, the clock continues to tick. And right now, we still don't have any word whether or not a deal will be made before 12 midnight. But outside of Sheridan Hotel, earlier tonight around 6 p.m., a rally of parents as well as community members started here outside of the hotel in support of the thousands of public high school teachers that continue to fight for their rights. And we had a chance to speak with a number of parents, asking them what made them come out here on a Tuesday evening to support teachers. Here's what they had to say.
A 1% wage cap does not even cover the cost of inflation. It's not a raise at all. So frankly, nothing that they're asking for is unreasonable. The money is there.
Some of the changes that they're proposing are really an unknown in North America and in the world. So, you know, the e-learning, for example, I don't see a good example of that working anywhere.
And so we are talking about a possible one-day strike for all public high schools across the province of Ontario. So closer to home, Jackie, we are talking about the TDSB, Peel, Halton, as well as Durham and York region, all impacted by this. I also want to point out as well, too, that there are some elementary schools that, of course, will remain open, but some do have members of the OSSTF union workers. So that means teachers that work and are part of the OSSTF that work in elementary schools, they will be impacted as well. So we, of course, are going to keep a close eye on this entire situation as the clock strikes at midnight. We will then finally know what exactly will take place, whether or not public high school teachers will walk off the job or if a deal will be made. I'll hand it back inside to you for now, Jackie.
Okay, Kayla, thank you.
High school teachers have promised to walk off the job tomorrow for a one-day strike unless a last-minute deal can be reached. Contract talks will continue today until midnight between the union, the Ontario Secondary School Teachers Federation, and the province. Education Minister Stephen Lecce has accused the union of not being willing to budge an inch on negotiations, as well as asking $1.5 billion for increased wages. The province is offering about half that. Meantime, the union has said the province isn't really taking bargaining seriously at all.
I'm sympathetic to that disruption. I'm a parent myself. I understand that at a gut level. We found out on Sunday, unequivocally, with the release of data from the government consultations, that parents don't want the direction that the Ford government is going in. They're not interested. They don't support larger class sizes. They don't support mandatory e-learning. So we know that there will be disruption, but the long-term disruption that this government will cause to the school system and to students' education, if this is allowed to continue, will be much worse than that one day.
Our mediators are going to be staying at the table. We're never going to walk away from our educators, from our kids. We're going to remain focused and student-centric. I believe the parents of this province deserve to have predictability. And on Wednesday, we'll be working very hard through the night, today, tomorrow, and thereafter to demonstrate to unions that strikes hurt kids, and fundamentally they should be working with all parties to get a good, enduring deal that ends the cyclical reality, the punishing reality of kids being out of class or being out of class every 3 years.
Now, for the latest on these negotiations, let's go live to Cam Woolley, who's outside the Sheraton Centre on Queen, where they're discussing the impasse issues. Cam, you know, it's back in the ether, the possibility of maybe making education an essential service. Wonder if that's possible.
Yeah, a lot of people talk about that, and it could be. We've seen it in some other sectors. I was part of that in policing. That's why our union's called an association. We didn't have the right to strike, but if we didn't agree on a contract, and I'll tell you from experience, there's one time many years ago we should have. We didn't. It went to arbitration, and we didn't get as good a deal as had we negotiated through that. Now. One of the myths is that arbitrators always give public servants whatever they ask for. That actually isn't true. What they do, though, is look at comparables. They look at other, in this case, if this does go all the way and it ends up in a full-blown strike, I don't think the government would dare lock them out. Then it would end up legislated back to work, end up before an arbitrator. Arbitrator would look at the wages and compensation and other large teaching groups in other parts of the country. We already know what our teachers make, average $86,700. I think they're second from the top. We know that CUPE has already agreed to 1%. The minister has talked about the government being hard up for cash, and frankly, auditors don't consider that very strongly in public sector cases. It's sort of like if you want to buy a fancy car, you gotta pay for it. But whatever that's going to be, it'd be up to the arbitrator. Same with that even score academically. It seems to matter most for the junior grades and not so much for the high school. As for e-learning, union's position is that we should go slow and be careful about this. But the fact is, e-learning's been around. Colleges, universities, government, even big companies like Bell use it successfully all the time. It could be argued that's sort of like when the auto workers didn't like the concept of robots coming along. Back to you.
Next, we'll move on to the ETFO press conference. So I will not be talking for the rest of this, so you guys can just sit back and relax, enjoy a lot of the conference. So I trust my buddy Rapsink here. If he's here doing anything, like I'm not going to be at Bobson's stream tonight. I'm doing this tonight instead. So yeah. So enjoy the rest of the stream.
We don't want. Okay, we need to take you live to ATFO President Sam Hammond speaking with the media this hour. We'll give you a live listen in.
Situation that we find ourselves in. You know, we have been bargaining for 20 December. Total potential at to 10 one table 12 other to those been at the table and take our proposals and taking questions for no more than an hour a day. And the other frustration for us is that bargaining dates are set, you know, pick a day, Monday of this week, and we try to set dates and it's next week when we'll come back, or they say that the other side says that they're available. You can't bargain like that. We need to get serious. The government needs to get serious about the process that's happening here. We went for 4 months straight without any, regardless of what this Minister of Education says, that they're being reasonable at the table, or they have made significant movements or enhancements on proposals. That is absolutely not true. They have made no movement on proposals. In fact, December the 19th, our last session at the table, the government, the representative for the government at the table informed us that he in fact doesn't have the authority or the mandate to bargain any of the key issues, proposals that we have at the table. How insulting to our members and parents in this province that after 4 months, after no real discussions or movement on the government's part, the government representative, regardless of what the minister is saying, informs us that he has no authority, no mandate to bargain any of those issues. But if we actually wanted to bargain any of those issues, we'd have to pay for it. Our members across this province and students in this province would have to pay for those enhancements to their learning conditions. They'd have to pay for extra additional special education teachers, et cetera. And in addition to that, they still have a $150 million demand on the table that we find and cut from publicly funded elementary education in this province. That's shameful that they are saying to our members, to parents in this province, if you want a world-class, continue to have a world-class publicly funded education, you pay for it. It's this government's obligation to be at that table and to negotiate on behalf of students, parents, and our members in this province. So we're extremely frustrated, insulted, and we want this government to actually get serious, to actually negotiate at the table.
So Sam, what happens on Monday, first of
all? On the 13th, we announced today, because of the situation that we're in, we find that we have no other choice. You want to use the word as the minister has, escalating things, that's what we're doing on Monday. We're moving to phase 3 of our work to rule. And we're saying to our members, because this is such an important round of negotiations, because we firmly believe that the future of publicly funded education in this province is in the balance, that we need to do whatever we need to do on behalf of students, parents, and our members in this province. So on Monday, we're saying to our members, do not supervise or implement extracurricular activities. Do not conduct field trips. Do not create, implement, or organize assemblies. Supervise them, absolutely. The extracurricular part, we've said to our members, whatever happens you can make happen during the school day, that's fine. But outside of the school day, we're saying, please don't do those, because we're taking this serious. And if we don't have a deal, by January the 17th, Friday, January the 17th, on Monday the 20th, we are going to implement rotating strikes across the province.
Can you explain what that means, the rotating strikes? How does that work?
Well, what we are prepared to do is either in advance of or at the 5-day notice that we're required, we're going to let everyone know publicly what our intent is with those rotating strikes, not before.
How does a rotating strike work? I mean, a lot of parents are probably watching, they'll have to make a lot of plans for the 20th of January.
Yeah, and we'll give them an advance notice to that.
But can you give
for
us a
that.
sense of, like, is it select school boards? Is it every school board? Is it every day of that week? Give us a sense of how that works.
I'm not prepared to do that at this time.
What does a rotating strike mean?
For us, what a rotating strike means is there's no other options on the table for us. You know, this government is very good at saying and consistently says we're going to use every tool in our toolbox to deal with this issue. Well, that's what we're doing. Quite frankly, we're using every tool, and a part of that will be rotating strikes if we don't have a deal by the 17th.
Does a rotating strike mean that a few schools will strike at the same time and then another group of schools will strike at a different time?
Essentially, yes. Yeah, to answer your question. But in terms of the details and how that will play itself out, we'll do that with advance notice, particularly for parents.
Obviously, when you're talking about parents having to make alternate arrangements, find childcare, maybe take the day off, this is going to add significant pressure on the entire thing. Do you feel like this will be the impetus to get a deal if there is rotating strikes with elementary teachers?
Listen, what I hope is that we have a deal by January the 17th. That's my sincere wish. But we can't do that alone. We need this government to give the authority and the mandate to their representative at the table to actually bargain. Let's actually negotiate rather than sitting around for days on end and get serious at the table. If the government does that, we avoid moving to phase 4 or rotating strikes. And I hope that's what happens.
What issues are you hoping that you can actually discuss, because you had a discrepancy there? What issues would you discuss in order to avoid that strike?
Pick one. Pick any issue. I would love to be able to discuss and negotiate and actually get feedback from and enter into a real process with this government. That hasn't happened. Let's pick one. Special education funding. Let's talk about the need for additional special education teachers in this province. Let's talk about the need for additional educational support workers in this province for those students who are at risk and need those supports and that help. Let's talk about additional resources for our members and students who are struggling day in and day out across this province. Let's have a real conversation about violence in our schools and how we can work together to resolve that. Those are the kind of conversations I'm hoping I've been waiting to have for students and our members, for parents. I mean, look at the situation right now. It's not just us that find ourselves in this frustrating situation. It's all 4 teacher affiliates. Never in the history of this province has that been the case. Let's talk about parents of children who are on the autism spectrum and the supports that they need and what this government is doing or not doing. Those are the kind of conversations. That's the kind of negotiations that we should be taking part in every single day and not once a week.
What about for that hour a day that you said that you had those conversations? What topics came up then? What issues?
Sincerely, what has happened at those, I'll give you a real life day. Let's say we start at 9 o'clock. Each of those days has lasted about 8 hours. My preference would be 24. Let's go for 3 days. Let's 4 days, whatever that might be. But the reality is, you know, between 9 and 12 noon, we meet for 30 minutes. And what's normally happened is once we got past the initial stuff, it's been our side putting our proposals in detail on the table. Here's the proposal. Here's why students and our members and parents need this proposal in the province. Here's how we can solve this situation. We can work together to do it. We break. Maybe around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we're called back for another 30 minutes because there are questions. So we answer those questions and then we're done. That's bizarre. In the whole time I've been doing this, quite frankly, since 98, I've never been in a round of bargaining like this, where the government representatives on the other side, or the party on the other side, but I'm going to focus on the government, is absolutely not engaged in the process.
Do you have any meetings between them planned so far?
No. And dates are set up through our conciliator, who has, you know, done everything that she can to move this process along, and we are still where we are. But I'm hoping that we get a call based on what's happening, that we get a call by the end of the day to say, okay, here are 5 dates. And they're all in, you know, the next 5-6 days consistently across the board.
What do you say
We're
to
here.
those parents who look at the 17th now and worry about what that's going to mean for them and their children?
Yeah, so I say to parents, we have not made this decision lightly, and we absolutely understand how complicated this is for parents, and you know, a number of things that they're going to have to deal with. But what I say to those parents, and quite frankly, I'm pleading with parents as well, who have been very supportive up to this point to stand with us, to put pressure on this government to do what the government needs to do on behalf of their children, our students in this province. That's our biggest concern.
But doesn't this put children and parents as pawns in this action?
Listen, what we're doing, the steps that we're taking, I say to you, we have no other choice. You know, it's not simply for us, as I think I may have said about this round of bargaining and some of the issues on the table. It's the cuts that are being made to publicly funded education. And we are every day, every month, more and more concerned about the future, the very future of this world-class publicly funded education system in Ontario.
When I look at just being the person who's looking at this, at the beginning, the teachers had, or the government came out with 4 days or 4 credits of e-learning and a dramatic increase in class sizes. Since then, they backed down on both of those. And so their position has moved a bit. But then I look at your position, and because we published it, it hasn't moved that much. Is it now time, as the negotiator said, prior to Christmas, it's time for both sides to move? And are you moving?
Well, I don't know how you've looked at our position, quite frankly, because what we did was in December, we did move. We made movement, significant movement on some of our key issues, and the government's well aware of that. And we did that purposely, because you know when the conciliator was appointed, we thought we're getting nowhere, but we stayed at the table and we continued to negotiate. And then we thought, okay, they want to see movement. Let's make movement. Let's give them a full package. Let's make movement on, I think, just about, not all, but just about every issue that we have on the table. We did that. We put it across the table. That's the end of it. Thinking that that would get some momentum and start conversations happen. Have made movement on our issues.
Sam, your union has kind of cautiously ramped up everything so far, right? I mean, with OSSTF, they've gone to rotating strikes already. You guys decided not to take that step just yet. I'm curious as to what, did something happen over the last couple of weeks that convinced you guys that, okay, now is the time to ramp up, because you're ramping up to phase 3 and then phase 4 in quick succession?
Yeah, what happened was exactly 2 things that happened. Us making the movement that we did at the table, and then on distinct representative of government at that bargaining table telling us that if whatever proposals we had on the table, if we even wanted to discuss them, we had to pay for it. Our members, parents in this province had to pay for those items.
Can you give us an example of one of those items?
Yeah, special education funding. So they're saying if you want your priorities fund, if you want those additional special education teachers, find the money somewhere else and come back and we'll agree to it.
How much was the
How does a government, the thinking of this government in terms of, yeah, we believe in and support publicly funded education in this province, but when it comes right down to it, you pay for it. Please.
Did your union have any bargaining dates scheduled for this week?
No. So the conciliator felt best that because of what happened on the 19th, because of the lack of progress, that we wouldn't set dates in early January. I'm hoping that we have dates by the end of today, first thing tomorrow morning.
Those in government say that you guys had dates scheduled for this week, but your union canceled them.
We talked about, we didn't cancel them. We talked about 1 or 2 days this week. And quite frankly, in conversation with our conciliator, we felt that she felt that we needed a break, so to speak. And those dates we didn't take. But in addition to that, everything that happened prior to the break, as you asked, has gotten us to where we are now. And I appreciate the fact that you're recognizing, and I hope others are, that we've been cautious and taken our time. You know, even our phase one work to rule, we did everything we could not to affect students in any way. And we're at a point where we have very little options in terms of the road forward.
And the government has offered private mediation. Is that something that your union is willing to consider and take them up on?
Look, we have a mediator at the table right now, very competent, experienced conciliator, mediator, who's assigned by Ministry of Labor in this province. Tell me what the difference is between that and a private conciliator mediator. They do the exact same thing. I can assure you that the conciliator we have doesn't have anyone's interest at the front of, at the top of their page. She is doing exactly what she's supposed to do, what any conciliator or mediator would do. So I don't see the reason. There's no rationale, solid rationale to say that conciliator mediator is not good enough, won't get you to a deal, but this private conciliator mediator will.
But it sounds like, I mean, the mediator may want, could be Bill Kaplan, who helped get the QP deal. If that's the case, would you guys accept that?
Well, we haven't had that offer. We'd certainly talk about it, but our position right now is we have one, quite frankly.
If there is another bargaining date set forward by the province, would you take it, or only if it's guaranteed that they'll be talking about the issues that you harm for?
No, absolutely. We would take dates. There's no conditions on us accepting dates between now, half an hour from now, right up until January 17th, when we've put that timeline in place. I hope by the time I'm done this, quite frankly, that my team is talking to the conciliator and others to get dates. So yes, no preconditions.
What would you like to say to parents?
I would say to parents, we need your help. We can't do this on our own, quite frankly. We need your continued support to get this government to be serious at the bargaining table, to help us protect publicly funded education in this province.
You've outlined phase 3 and phase 4 that are going to take place in the next couple of weeks if there's no movement. What's phase 5?
Yeah, we're just dealing with phase 3 and phase 4 right now. Okay.
But there is a phase 5. There must be a phase. There must be another phase beyond this.
You're listening live to ATFO President Sam Hammond speaking with reporters today about union members escalating job action coming up on Monday. He said this afternoon he is frustrated with how negotiations are going. He says they haven't seen any movement from the province for the last 4 months. So again, we are expecting to see some job action coming up on Monday. And if there is no deal by January 17th, ATFO says they will begin rotating strikes. So not a lot of details at this hour about exactly what those rotating strikes will look like. But Sam Hammond saying if they do not reach a deal with the province by January 17th, they will then release more details about that. I want to read you a statement now from Education Minister Stephen Lecce. He just released this to us following this announcement today. He says, families face union escalations far too often. It is time for union leaders to end the games and the cyclical experience of escalation that hurts Ontario students. Union leaders promised that their escalation would not impact students and their learning. Regrettably, they've again broken that promise. However, we will uphold our commitment to parents to stay at the bargaining table and work as hard as it takes to reach a deal that keeps students in class. And of course, we will continue to follow this story and more closely for you.
We have more breaking news this hour on the labor front. The union representing the province's English Catholic teacher says talks have broken down. This was the first day of scheduled talks between the province and the Ontario English Catholic Teachers Association. The union now indicates a work to rule campaign will go ahead on Monday. The union says in a statement that it's clear the government has no intention of abandoning their cuts. Meantime, the Elementary Teachers Federation is escalating job action beginning on Monday. Public elementary educators will no longer supervise extracurricular activities, nor will they participate in field trips. ATFO goes on to say if a deal isn't reached by January the 17th, ATFO members will commence a full withdrawal of services strike on a rotating basis beginning on January the 20th.
We need to get serious. The government needs to get serious about the process that's happening here. We went for 4 months straight without any, regardless of what this Minister of Education says, that they're being reasonable at the table, or they have made significant movements or enhancements on proposals. That is absolutely not true.
Education Minister Stephen Lecce has released a statement saying families face union escalation that is far too often. It's time for union leaders to end the games and the cyclical experience of escalation that hurts Ontario students. Union leaders promise that their escalation would not impact students and their learning. Regrettably, they have again broken that promise. However, we will uphold our commitment to parents to stay at the bargaining table and work as hard as it takes to reach a deal that keeps students in class.
Breaking education news. The Elementary Teachers Federation of Ontario is escalating job action. Starting on Monday, public elementary school educators will no longer supervise extracurricular activities, nor will they participate in field trips. Now, ETFO goes on to say that if the government refuses to address critical issues in talks by January the 17th, ETFO members will commence a full withdrawal of services strike on a rotating basis starting on January the 20th. As part of ETFO's updated work to rule action, educators will not arrive to work earlier than 30 minutes before the start of the instructional day and will leave within 15 minutes at the end of the instructional day. They will not plan or participate in any assemblies except to provide supervision to students. ETFO represents 83,000 elementary public school teachers, occasional teachers, and education professionals across the province. Keep it here on CB24. We are continuing to follow this breaking news for you.
First live, Education Minister Stephen Lecce talking about the pending teacher strikes.
Parents and students have been victim of teacher union strike action for decades. It is frustrating and disheartening. I have remained steadfast and to step into the role in June, and it remains true. Our aim has always been to reach in a families supported in the event that unions decide to further escalate job action in their funds. Withdrawal services have required some parents to make alternate childcare arrangements. Strikes also impact the operations of full-day childcare centers located in schools, forcing them to close as a direct result of escalation by teacher union job action. To address these realities, our government is launching its Support for Parents that puts more money directly into the pockets of parents. Pour aider les familles, notre gouvernement va lancer ces programmes de soutien aux parents. We will ensure childcare and other spaces are as accessible as possible for families impacted by strikes, and to also provide support to parents who are facing increased costs due to union escalation. Parents and students deserve predictability and stability. These measures are another example of our commitment to parents and our students to focus on keeping them in class. So today I'm announcing our government's plan to offer parents up to $60 per day to offset the cost for childcare if strikes action close schools or school-based childcare centers. All parents with children up to 12 or grade 7 in publicly funded schools are eligible for this support. Further, children and youth with special needs up to age 21 who are in school are also eligible for funding. Funding will be retroactive for parents to cover costs already incurred due to labor disruptions in the past few months. So parents with children up to 6 who are not yet enrolled in schools but attend a school-based childcare center will receive $60 per day if their childcare center is required to close as a result of the strike. Similarly, parents of qualifying students in junior kindergarten and senior kindergarten will receive $40 per day. Parents with qualifying children in grades 1 and up to and including grade 7 will receive $25 per day. We're also ensuring that parents of children and youth with special needs up to 21, as mentioned, enrolled in schools will receive a total of $40 per day. We've developed a quick and straightforward process to sign up by visiting ontario.ca/support for parents. Parents can register for this support online. Again, that is ontario.ca/support for parents. But to ensure we're accounting for any technological barriers, parents can also access a physical copy of the application at school boards and MPP offices. And for any parent who needs help completing this application, we've established a support for parents helpline. Our team of staff will be ready and waiting to answer any questions about this application to make it as seamless for families in Ontario as possible. We want parents to know that we're here for them throughout this challenging time. And I'd like to be clear that I don't want to see further strike action. My aim is the same as it has been over the past months, to reach negotiated settlements that keep children in class in this province. My team stands ready to work with the mediator for meaningful good faith bargaining 24/7 to reach the deals Ontario students and families deserve. Thank you.
Minister, that's a drop in the bucket, really. For a family that has, say, 2 children, that's not nearly going to cover the costs. And where are they going to magically find childcare in areas where there actually isn't childcare to begin with?
Well, it's for every child. So for children, for families that have 2 or 3 or 4 children, that expense is for each and every child. It is a recognition of the costs that are being imposed on families by teacher unions, and it is I believe, an incremental step to put some relief back in their pockets, because so far, for some parents, they've already faced those fiscal costs already, and there could be more given what has been intimated by EDFO and some of the other teacher unions. And so we think this is an important step forward. We're trying to be proactive. Should parents need to utilize this support, they now have access. They're encouraged to sign up. But we actually believe that we would not be here today if the teacher unions and their leadership did not decide to walk out on students on a weekly basis. And this is now becoming more present and more common. And so my hope is that this will provide some relief for families, for every child within our schools. That is a positive, proactive step forward. But I will say to you, it is with regret that I'm even in this position today to make an announcement of this type, because I believe parents and their children should not be in the middle of the debate or the ongoing negotiations. They should be in class. And that's the first principle I'm hoping the teacher unions will accept, and so that they can seize this needless escalation.
This is such a priority to avoid a strike. How come there's no bargaining dates with OACTA, no bargaining dates with EDFO, and no bargaining dates set with OSSTF? Only, I think, the French language teachers are in bargaining. I mean, what's going on?
Yeah, we have made clear through the mediator for all the parties that we stand ready to return to continue bargaining in good faith. We did so in December, as you know. Towards the end of December, we were bargaining with those unions largely, and we are prepared to meet at the table with the mediator when he or she calls us back. I made this clear about OSSTF. We have tabled reasonable proposals at the, we have announced new changes that I think demonstrate that we're moving in the right direction when it comes to trying to be reasonable. But, I've said it before, but I think it can only be underscored by the fact that we have seen no material change by the teacher unions at all. In the context of OSSTF, which at least is publicized, you can see it for yourself. There has been not a material substantive change since they tabled their only proposal in the beginning of the late summer, early fall. That is, I think, regrettable. That is not permitted any latitude or flexibility at the table. That's not helping us get to a deal. I want to be back at that table. I want my negotiators at the table. And the mediator knows, I think, well, that we're prepared to return and prepared to continue negotiating to get a deal. But I think that the trigger for that will be once we get a signal from the teachers unions that they have made some move on their demands. In the late December, it was suggested that my assertion that compensation is a critical issue at the table, not the only issue, but a fundamental issue at the table. And it was rejected. That premise was rejected by the teachers union leaders. And then by legislation that speaks to compensation at 1% for teachers. So my point is, they have opted to fight us on the streets and protest us in the streets. They have protested and fought us in the courts. Clearly, this is an issue that matters not to one, but to all of the teacher union leaders. It is common to see this type of challenge. But I think my hope is today with the announcement is just a signal to parents that we're trying to be on their side and put a few bucks in their pockets to help them with the impacts of the adverse reality.
This is the first time since 1997 when I think you were probably in grade 6, the last time we had all student and we were all teenagers too. But when we had all of the teacher unions in a legal strike position at the same time, are you worried? Because you really, on a lot of issues, aren't that far apart, at least to the layperson looking at this from home. Are you worried that this has just become spiraled out of control and it's taking on a life of its own?
I think that there is still a pathway to get a deal. I must admit, I actually don't reject that premise. I think there is a way to get there. And I think we have been focused on the latter period of the negotiations, innovative ways to achieve that. I hope in my heart that we can get a deal that is a win-win-win proposition like we did with CUPE, like we did the Education Workers Alliance in December. And we've got 2 deals to date, one of which averted a full withdrawal of service across the province. So there's some incremental success we've achieved with labor partners in this province. We want to keep kids in class. I think the trajectory that we're on today is, at least I think an observer would notice, that there's a pathway that the teacher unions are on. I'm concerned about that, like I think many parents in this province, and my hope is that some somber reflection on the path that we're on, and we can halt any further escalation. And the reason why I'm making this announcement, the Support for Parents initiative that I've announced today, is largely predicated on the fact that so many people have been financially impacted by the strikes to date, and there could be more should elementary schools be impacted, as has been intimated by some of the teacher unions. So, I think we could avoid further escalation. I think we can most importantly get negotiated settlements, which I think is what the teachers want themselves. And I'll tell you, I've been, in various ridings and communities, in my own riding, and just right across Ontario. And I've heard a lot of people say to me that, in addition to the fact that I think many families are quite annoyed and frustrated with this because they remember this for their child's now in high school. They remember this for their children they were in elementary school, and it is quite cyclical. It is quite common. I mean, there were strikes in 2015 as recently as that in some local boards. But the fact is, what they're also telling me is that they want governments to support them through any further impacts. And I
Yeah. So we'll recess for tonight, but we'll resume tomorrow with the update tomorrow. All right. Bye.